Casey, are you ready?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Good afternoon. Howdy.
That's Texan.
That's a good start, Alana. That's a good start. City of Lamarque City Council Workshop, October 11th, 2021. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting, a workshop beginning at 4 p.m. in council chambers, 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom in accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code. A quorum of the Lamarque City Council and the mayor intend to be and will be physically present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. This workshop has been called to order. Robin, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
Present. Councilwoman McAuliffe, would you care to share your location with us, please?
4101 Main Street, Lamarque.
That works. Family and friends, we are going to skip all the rest of this beautiful stuff and get down into my workshop. Agenda says 6A. Is that correct? 6A. We will pick these other items back up at our 6 o'clock regularly scheduled workshop, but 4 p.m. today is for the express purpose of resolving issues as it relates to our file ordinance. So 6A says, discussion relating to adopting ordinance number letter O -2021-0018, amending section 8.8 of the city code to allow for the keeping of hens, making various findings and providing for an effective date. Does everyone in the audience have the ordinance in front of you?
No.
Okie dokie pokey.
Wait, like the existing?
The one that we are considering today. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a draft of an ordinance that is designed to be discussed and manipulated and agreed upon by all parties. And so we are going to give copies. We have copies.
We can make copies.
And we can make more.
Yeah.
Do we have copies here?
We can make them right here.
Okay,
I can make
okay.
them right here.
Who all needs a copy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody on this side? 6. Councilman Osteen, you good? Pennington family. Y'all have one? Okay, we need at least 6. Emma, do you need one or do you have it? Okay. What we'll do is we're going to allow each and every one of you to come and address what changes you advocate for, and then we'll continue to try to hone this thing to a place that all of us can agree. Remember, we're not going to get everything we want because this is a community, right? But let's at least get it to a place that we all can live with. That's the goal. And council, if you don't mind, I would suggest that we start with the citizens first. Yes?
Yes.
Allow them to express to us their concerns or their encouragement.
Wants to start with the citizens part now, if you're doing that, or?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Keith, do you have the information you need to speak?
Well, yeah, good enough.
Okay.
I filled out a form.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, as we have talked about this before, we've all tried to come through to a conclusion where we will all be happy. I think we've made a lot of concessions on our side. We would hope that the city council would also make those same concessions.
Mhm.
The distance rule that y'all are imparting on us is absolutely ridiculous with the size of the lots. It's no way that anybody in Lamarck could have chickens with that, and that's just the rule that we can't abide by. So that's my main one. We conceded with no roosters. We've conceded with a limited amount of hens. Trying to tell us how to build the coops. That's another kind of, bogus point. I've got a friend from church that lives in Alvin, and his chickens live in a Baptist school bus. So I think coops can be pretty much any way that the person would like them to be and what they can afford. They should not have to be built like a mansion. That's pretty much my say so on that. So there you go.
Ms. Keith, thank you for that. Just so that we can understand correctly, your main issue is the distance rule. Could you approach? Because we may ask questions of you as it relates to that.
Okay, I don't think there should be any distance limit as far as the fence line. Some of the things is, the 25 feet or whatever. People don't have that. That's the width of the entire lot. You got your house on there. You're not going to have 25 feet from anywhere in your yard to the fence line.
So from one end of your property to the other, you're saying that's less than 25 feet?
That's about 25
About
feet.
25 feet.
Yeah. And so if you're even putting something smack dab in the middle, you're still not going to be 25 feet from that fence line anywhere. Unless I put them on my roof, maybe.
I don't think they like to be on your roof.
Yeah, they don't like it that high. Despite what people think, chickens don't fly.
Kathy, I have a question.
Ms. Keith, yeah, you may get questions from
Okay,
all the
good
council.
roundtable.
And your focus is on single family dwellings, right? You're not
Yes.
talking about
Apartment complexes, no,
Apartments,
single family
townhouses,
dwellings,
a
yes,
single family standalone.
yes.
Oh, okay, single family dwelling.
Mhm. Anybody else? Michael?
I find it hard to believe that fence to fence is 25 feet. Because our lots are at least 50-foot lots.
Mine's not.
So I find it hard to believe it's 25 fence to fence.
Yeah, no, mine's
So,
not that wide.
right, but it's not 25 feet. From fence to fence, I find that hard to believe because all of our lots are at least 50 foot.
Yeah, but you've got your driveways taking in, so where your fence ends, and then you've got
Okay.
a driveway, that's taking a good, 12, 15 feet out
Okay,
of
but
that.
still within that fence to fence line. That's 25, that's more than 25 feet.
It's still not gonna work.
So,
You can come over to my house in Mazer all day long. Okay. Kim?
but what we're talking about too is we're not talking 25 feet from fence, from your coop to your fence. I thought we're talking 25 feet from fence to next residence. I thought that's what we were last talking about.
Well, the residences aren't 25 feet from the fence.
No, from the coop to your next neighbor's residence.
Okay,
That should be 25. That's what I thought we were talking about, was
okay,
25
because the
feet.
way I understood it was fence.
Yeah, I'm not cool with fence.
Yeah, I'm not cool with fence either.
No, I agree with you. So that's why I'm saying,
What is the interpretation?
It says in the ordinance right now, again, this is a document that's being manipulated. Right now, it says 25 feet from the property line. It does.
Which is your fence.
okay.
So see, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I would like to see that changed to
To what? To the-
25 feet from the next residence.
My suggestion would be to do away with the distance, because that seems to be the bone of contention. Make it that the coops are clean, well kept. If your neighbors are complaining, if you've got chickens hopping the fence and going over there and tearing their plants up. Yes, those would be things that would be, call the city, complain, have code enforcement, ticket those violators. But the majority of the people don't have those issues.
Well, like I said, 25 feet from the next occupied residence. That way, the people that don't want chickens, it gives them a little distance.
Okay,
So-
if it was that way, but property line is something completely different, and that's the way it was put
So
in there.
to me, that would be more of a reasonable concession for both sides.
Okay,
But but I just find it hard to believe that 25 feet from fence to fence is, because our lots are at least 50 foot.
okay.
So
Well, we have to go
that's my
measure,
only
because like I
question.
said, my driveway takes a whole lot out. And that's not
Well-
fenced, so,
Yeah, but your driveway is part of your property.
yes, it is, but I don't have
So-
chickens running down my driveway.
Well, that's, I know, but that's still
Yeah.
part of your property though.
Because of the place you live, right? Your driveway is in the back.
No, my driveway is in
It's
the
in the
front,
front.
right alongside.
Mm,
That's why I'm talking. Kathleen, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Kathleen, you've been to Ms. Herring's house. Would her property be in violation of the current ordinance that we have on file?
I've not been to her backyard.
Okay,
I've only been to her front door, whatever,
Right.
commission package. So I've not actually been in.
okay, so you're not able to say,
No, ma'am,
okay.
I'm sorry.
because I have, so that's why I'm trying to see how you would be in violation. That's why I wanted to get someone who would be actually doing that to be able to do it. My only issue is that we are moving towards a best practice city. And the compromise prior to was 50 feet, because it was 100. And I thank all of you for being willing to compromise. But I think if we did go to 25 feet, then we're in danger of having issues again. Of course, the people that are not here are the ones that we have issues with, because they're roosters and they are the ones that are loose and running. And unfortunately, you've been brought in, even though you have not been complained upon, and you keep a good coop. But the problem has been what we do for one, we have to do for all. And the law has to be enforced that way. And so, Mayor, I'm still on 50 feet. I think that is the original ordinance said 100, correct?
Mhm.
The original said 100,
And there's absolutely no way from property line as it's written.
as is written in this ordinance that we
Mhm.
have.
Now, if y'all want to make it 100 feet from the coop to the neighbor's front doors, then that'd be fine.
No, and that's why I wanted to see what Kathleen thought about it, because I agree with Carlson. I don't understand how that's an issue, but that's why I asked for interpretation.
Okay. Joe, do you have anything?
Yeah, there's that issue under the present ordinance. It uses the term any occupied building, and that's very general, by the way, Josh. Any occupied building, if I had a rental unit on my property and that was occupied, that would fall under this ordinance, and I don't think that's the intent originally. It's a primary residence is what I'm involved in.
Yes, because my interpretation and what had been said also was that garages counted as occupied because they were in use. So those are other things that are a hindrance to the.
So a separate, you've been told that a separate detached garage is quote considered occupied,
Mhm.
and I'm focused on the living.
So there needs to be a whole lot
Yeah.
of changes in the wording for this, for it to be workable for any of us. And then Mayor, do you have anything?
If I may,
Yeah.
the current ordinance prohibits the keeping of chickens within 100 feet of any occupied
Building,
building.
not a fence, but a building.
That is correct. That the current ordinance would, in theory, prohibit, that would encompass the owner of the chickens
Mhm.
home. With this, and this is a draft ordinance meant for the council and the community to review. The draft ordinance changed that to 25 feet within a residence, and it excluded the owner's residence from that requirement. So code enforcement wouldn't show up and say, well, your chicken coop is within 15 feet of your home, so it's illegal. That this ordinance excludes the owner's residence from that requirement, the 25-foot requirement. And again, this is the draft ordinance. This is not what we are proposing, not what I'm proposing. This is just what
Mhm.
it contemplates just other people's residences
Yeah,
and measures from there.
Okay, that would be fine. And then Casey, did you have anything?
No, thank you, Gus, for clarifying that. I think it's confusing with all the different drafts. I think your statement, Kathy, about it being, not tenable to have it be 50 feet or 25 feet from a property line would not be feasible. I agree with that. And that's why I think it's important. Like, I'm in support of the 25 feet from your neighbor's home, the nearest occupied dwelling by humans.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Okay. All right, does anybody else have any questions for me?
Well,
Yes, sir,
if
Joe?
let me continue here.
Clarify that.
As I've been looking over this as well too, and this is something that we all have, I mentioned this before in meetings, and we have Austin now trying to implement mandates upon cities. And some are good, some are bad, but the fact is they're doing it. And one of them that did not pass in the last legislature, and we were just at a TML conference, and I was told by some, TML is our lobbying group in effect, that there will be an effort to once again bring back an ordinance before the legislature when it reconvenes that would permit, listen, she's always, if there's a camera around, Kathy's there, that will permit you to have no less than 6 rabbits and 6 chickens and what was the other one? Three honey, what do you call honeycombs?
Oh, bees?
Bees, three beehives. And so as I'm looking at this, I'm in the back of my mind wanting something that is going to pass muster if and when we have to, once again, I don't want to revisit this down the road. That's the issue I'm saying.
Well, it's definitely a hot topic.
The ordinance that is being suggested does not have any distance requirements. In fact, the only language in there is that if an HOA or a subdivision has certain deed restrictions within, that is you abide by the deed restrictions or the HOA rules. Other than that, and of course, it's not directed at apartments. It's not directed at like townhouses. It is in fact single family dwelling.
Mhm.
So that's something in the back of my mind that I don't want to revisit this 2 years, a year from now, actually, a year from now, number one. Number two, my other analysis is, how do I feel as a person if my neighbor wanted to have chickens in their yard? How do I feel? I have no problems with it. That's the other thing. As long as it's maintained. If it were a requirement, if we have an ordinance that requires a coop, if they asked me if they could use my fence or our fence as part of the chicken run or the coop with my permission, I have no problems with that. Other than that, then you go build your coop or your run in the center part of your property.
Mhm.
Because I want to try to be a good neighbor in that regard. So it does kind of say, for me, it's a common sense approach. And then there was, so as I said, I don't want us to go down the road and 2 years from now, Mr. Mayor, we're going to be back here again with another workshop, and we're going to be having to deal with this issue. And maybe it's going to be a bit more onerous than what we're trying to do here. Now, and once again, I do remind the council, there is no distance in the state legislature.
What the state is proposing.
Okay.
And I kind
Well-
of feel, by the way, that
I have one question.
that isn't it true that under this proposed ordinance that well, I don't necessarily agree with the 6 feet high, but maybe some minimum, not less than say 4 feet or something. But isn't it true that the number of hens that you can have in your property is still determined by the square footage of your facility under proposed ordinance, as I understood it?
Well, I've not seen the
Yes, it
ordinance
is.
it's behind me,
Huh?
but
It is.
Yeah, so we're not going to have,
Yeah, minimum of
20, my neighbor's not gonna have 20 hens in their yard,
It's
right?
listed as minimum of 3 square
Yeah,
feet
there's-
per hen, up
there's
to
even a limit.
25 per lot.
Okay, so, and once again, we all are, as counselors up here, dealing with the little bit, the uniqueness of our different districts as well. And I can say in District B, we have, in effect, almost what I would consider farms. We have larger areas that people have, they have a coop, but it's within their property. They have free roaming chickens, and I don't want to penalize anybody as well. And you made a very interesting point, Kathy. I don't want to assume that anybody is can afford everything that we're mandating, huh? I don't want to just legislate something that, God, you better go build a Taj Mahal of a chicken coop. And so that's something that I'm also aware of. And by the way, I know I've heard in these discussions, the issue of, the raccoons come by, the possums come by. Well, they come by at my place all the time. I have skunks as well too. That is what Lamarck, growing up in this area, started. That is our community. It is. Heck, on the west side, we've got coyotes out there on that side as well too. Nothing I can do about them, but they're there. God put them there.
Yep.
And so, but keeping a clean facility, yes, that I definitely agree that there should be references to that in whatever we do. That's all I have.
Okay. And my only other question was for Kathleen. Kathleen, do you have many complaints about chickens?
We haven't in a while. They're seem to be sporadic right now. They haven't had any in at least 2 weeks.
Okay, but has it been a predominant thing? Is it all over Lamarck that these complaints are coming? Are they generalized?
Well, they're pretty much generalized in a certain area.
Okay, so maybe like one owner or 2 owners complaining about one neighbor?
I mean, there's, what do you ask?
I'm just asking if it's the same people complaining over and over, not calling you out there, Richard, but yeah, so,
Predominantly, yes.
okay, so it's the same 2 people that have complained. All right, that's the end of my speech. Thank y'all very much for your time.
Ms. Keith,
Yes?
You forgot the mayor.
I said I
You forgot
had
the
one
mayor.
question for you.
Oh, okay.
Under the 100-foot requirement in the ordinance as it exists today, are you in compliance?
Me? I don't have chickens right now. So yes, I
Okay.
am in compliance.
Where your coop was, would you be in compliance?
No.
That's all. I just
Okay.
wanted to, just trying to get some information.
All right.
You will not go. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mark. Welcome. Welcome.
Want me to do my name and all that?
Absolutely.
Okay, my name's Lana Brown. I live at 716 Amato Street, and I have a bunch of chickens and a couple ducks, and currently rehabilitating a rooster I rescued from the animal center who will be going to live on the farm in Albert. I will not keep the rooster. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. I don't really have too many issues, actually, with the proposed ordinance. Isn't that odd? But I did want to say something just to start off with about the code as it stands.
Okay.
The code, through my schooling and work that I've done in the past, I've been very familiar with codes, legal codes, penal codes, criminal codes, family codes. It is extremely important in how things are worded. If you put a word into a divorce decree, it can absolutely change the entire meaning of a section. And you could change the entire balance of custody between a husband and a wife, or a wife and wife, or a husband and husband, what have you. One word can do all of that. So it is very important to read a code as it is exactly written. And section 8-8 says keeping animals and fowl within 100 feet of an occupied building under certain conditions is prohibited. So the way that it is written and the way that it is read is not just fowls, but all animals that are kept within 100 feet of occupied buildings need to be kept in clean conditions. That includes cats, dogs, goats, turkeys, what have you. That would include the scope of every single animal that we have in the city. That does not just include our chickens. So the way that it is written, technically, none of us are in violation. Or I mean, probably some people are.
None of
but,
us in violation or in compliance.
None of us in violation.
You mean
You know, you make
compliance.
compliance.
You mean
In
compliance?
compliance.
We would be in compliance with the code.
Prohibits to keep living animal
If-
fowl.
if
within
it's a
100
hundred-
Under certain conditions. It specifically states so under certain conditions,
Which one are you?
which I
looking at?
believe is why, because I pulled it up right here and screenshotted it,
Mhm.
which I believe is why for the past almost 50 years, it's been nuisance based, is because the way that it's written leads
Are you talking about the
to,
old one?
as long as your animals are clean and well taken care of, and it states animals as well as fowl. As long as your animals are clean, well kept and taken care of, they're fine. Just like a person that has 4 dogs in their backyard. If their dogs are covered in feces and they don't have food and they don't have water and they don't have shade, that's a problem. That's a problem. If any animal is kept out in the sun and doesn't have proper access to food, water, and shade, that's a problem. Safety from storms that come through, that's a problem. That's what that's written as. So we were kind of, I feel like we were a little bit demonized for having, I mean, those of us, you know, for having chickens that were kept in clean and orderly conditions. They were not kept in nuisance conditions. No neighbors complained. We did absolutely, I know I did, kept fly bags out to keep flies at a minimum, so it didn't bother my neighbors. When I ended up magically with a rooster, because you couldn't sex a small chicken of a certain breed, I ixnayed the rooster because I didn't want it bothering my neighbors. That's what I did as a neighbor. So I made sure, and I have always made sure in the almost 6 years I've had chickens, that my neighbors are taken care of and not offended by my animals. They don't smell. I've had people out to my house. I had people out to my house today who put their faces into my chicken coop. You can't smell anything. In the chicken coop where they roost and poop, you can't smell anything. So that's all I'm saying about that, is that it applied to all animals in 100 feet under certain conditions. So if anybody's animals were being mistreated, not taken care of, those people were in violation of code, but not the people who were taking care of our animals, not the people who were looking out for our animals and who are paying mind to our neighbors. That's what I'm saying. That. The 25 feet distance from, I mean, Kathy talked about it, you guys talked about it, from property line and kind of, like you said, Michael's silly, kind of from property line, my property, and I left from my fences, I left a little bit of wiggle room so that the lineman could get to the pole on one side of my property, but my property width is about 53 feet from fence line to fence line, and that is GCAD markings, that's my property. So to do 25 feet from my property line would put my coop, I mean, where you put that? You know what I mean? You have to put it right in the middle.
Mhm.
And then it has to be so far away from the other houses too. So you can't, there's not really a way to wiggle that. And then a 6-foot coop. So you get, maybe you get a property that's say 54 feet. So you got 2 feet of wiggle room in the middle. So then you end up with what, a 2-foot wide coop that's 6 feet tall. It looks silly. You know what I'm saying? Most manufactured coops that you can get at Tractor Supply are probably about as tall as one of those chairs. And they fit about 8 hens. So they don't need as much space as people think that they do. For sleeping, for their coops, just for their coops. Run space, I think they need as much as humanly possible because they're animals and they deserve to forage. And if they have a small space, it's gonna get muddy and it's gonna get torn up because they look for bugs. That's just what they do. If they have more space, it doesn't do that as much. They get to pick and turn the soil and do whatever it wants. So having 10 square feet per chicken doesn't seem unreasonable to me at all, because my chickens have the whole quarter back of my property. But my coop also pretty much sits as much as possible. It's big. My coop is 6 feet tall. But we built it out of scrap. I don't even want to know what it would cost to have someone actually build it out of today's lumber prices. It's also, it would probably survive a hurricane before my house would. It's solid. But it's pretty much kind of middle between the house on the left and the house on the right. We kind of centered it a little bit so that it was far enough away from both houses. And both my neighbors actually grew up on farms, so we checked with them and they were cool with it. And they get eggs too, and you know, they're super nice. We kind of validated with our neighbors that it didn't bother them. And I think that's just being neighborly. In regards to the fence, 6 feet, 6 feet, pretty tall fence. Wood fences that are 6 feet are very costly, very expensive. Even, oh gosh, what's it called? Livestock fencing. 6 feet tall rolls of livestock fencing are very expensive, very expensive. My fence, I'm using mine as an example. I've had mine for a long time. I've rotated through chickens. I've rehabbed chickens. I've surgeryed chickens. I'm surgerying one tonight because his feet are messed up. So I'm using my experience and what I know. My fence is 4 feet. They do not leave my fence ever. They are flock animals. They tend to stay with their flock, and their flock tends to stay with their food source. So like a rooster stays with its flock because he's protecting his girls. If you have a group of hens, they will essentially do the same thing. One hen will take on a rooster role. Sometimes they will crow, just so no one, you know, gets mad that an actual hen is crowing, because hens will crow if there's no rooster. They do the same thing. They circulate around their food source. So they don't tend to leave their food source. Sometimes mine jump over into my garden, into my yard, but then again, before I separated my yard for them, they actually had free run of my entire yard. So it was a normalcy for my chickens to be everywhere. So they got used to it. So sometimes they'll pop over into my side, but they don't ever leave outside of my fence. So we don't have a problem with the 4 foot high fence doing that. Also, they could jump onto the top of their coop and fly over if they wanted to, and they just don't ever do that. They don't leave. They know they have a food source like an animal does. They know it's there. They don't want to leave it. That's how they operate. So they center around that food source. That's how they function. Like I said, I think the property line language probably needs to be removed, because like I explained, like my lot is pretty normal for at least all the homes in my neighborhood, or they're across the tracks, and our lots are about 54 feet, give or take, probably in width. If you look on GCAD, they look pretty much about the same size. Mine's just a lot longer because I'm a lot behind me. So 25 feet from property line would put you smack dab in the middle, and you wouldn't be able to put a coop there. So making it from the nearest residence would be way more feasible. See what I'm saying? Property line, because there's a good, it depends on where the house is situated on the lot, but you know, there's a good 10, 15 feet, usually from the other house to your fence line. And then all you need to do is bring it in another 10 feet, and you're good. So from another occupied dwelling to the coop itself, I think is much more manageable for everyone. And it still puts, like in my case, just it puts my coop in the middle. So it's an equal distance from my neighbors. Everyone's spaced out. There's not a coop right that someone walks out their front door. They're not seeing, you know, a chicken coop right in their face. You know what I mean?
So you're saying, Alana, that instead of having 25 feet of property line in any residence. Your suggestion is to say what?
25 feet from an occupied dwelling. So like
From
your
the
neighbor's
residence.
house.
Yeah, from the residence, so basically scratching the property line.
Because there's still a good bit of space in between property
Mhm.
lines and homes themselves. My little issues are just little kind of picky things, because it seems to be really, I don't want to be dramatic, but it seems a little bit like hyper stipulated. The floor of roosting spaces shall be kept covered with deep dry litter. I would like to know what you all as a council think deep dry litter is and means.
That was a best practice and it's correct.
Are you asking us?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Best-
sorry.
Yeah.
Best practice is 3 to 4 inches of litter. That's
But of what?
clean litter.
Are you specifying something?
Nope, that's coming from Texas A&M Agriculture.
Okay,
That's from their ag site.
okay,
So that's 3 to 4 inches.
okay. Because there's a lot of different ways that people do that, and it's not all
And
specified as litter. So some people
Mhm.
use sand. Some people use hay. We use a deep litter method. So we pile hay on top of hay on top of hay through the season and then get rid of it.
What does it say, Gus, about the litter? Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah,
Oh, you have it. I'm sorry, Kim. You have it?
No, shall be kept covered with deep dry litter. She's correct, it's vague.
Mhm.
And so we might want to say what that is.
Yeah, 3 to 4 inches is what Texas Ag
A
does.
deep dry
but-
litter.
Yeah, but let them.
So we
choose.
have not defined what that is.
No, but let them choose what they want to use. I mean, I'm all for that.
Some of it just seems a little like hyper specific in cases where there's so many variables to what chicken owners do use. Some people use sand and lime to keep down bugs,
So what then, Alana, is the purpose of litter?
to collect chicken
Right.
feces.
Okay. So anything that would do that,
Yes,
and again, I don't have chickens, so I'm learning as we go, right?
Okay.
But to me, I would think that anything that would do that would be,
considered litter.
I would think so.
Cool.
I mean, Kathleen's back there, they're gonna have to interpret this. Do you have any different opinion?
I know.
While we're here now, doing this ordinance,
Well, that's why I'm hyper picking at it, because I'm
right?
trying to.
What is deep dry litter to you while you are the code enforcement supervisor?
I don't really have a preference as long as it's clean and sanitary. Which
And doesn't
means.
smell.
And I think that's a good point, actually, is that, and if I may, Alana, that
Go
sort
ahead,
of sounds like what you're saying, which is, why is there even language around deep dry litter if what the main point is we want clean, non-smelling coops? And
We
if,
literally all do it anyway. I mean, it's just what chicken owners do. It's just,
So long as we don't stipulate what deep dry litter is, it's okay to be in there because you have your choice at how you want to apply that
I mean,
as
you
far as,
gotta have litter.
right.
Right.
Everyone has litter.
Right.
I just think it's, I don't know, unnecessary. I don't know, because everyone has litter. Like, no one has nothing because it's gross and it's very hard to clean. That's just,
But what if there are folks out there that are not like Miss Keith and you and Mr. Joe,
then
people
they're
that are
bad chicken
responsible?
owners and they shouldn't have chickens and they should be in violation of, you know what I mean? Like, then they'd probably be.
But then how would we enforce an ordinance of them being a bad chicken owner if there aren't basic parameters? Does that make sense?
No, it does.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
does. But I think little things like this don't define a bad chicken owner. I know sometimes people switch up litters or go without, I don't know, what if one day code enforcement comes out to inspect the property and it's in between my cleanings of the coop and there's nothing on my coop floor, and I spray it out and I scrub it and I clean it with soap and I leave it for about a week and I keep cleaning it that way. Because they don't poop and pee separate. We're just gonna gross because it's chicken.
Right.
It's all in one. So it seeps into stuff. So we take about a week in between when we clean and we scrape things out and we keep washing it out so that we can really, really clean the floors really well. So
If-
that week I'm in, you know what I mean? Like I would I'm okay with litter being in our fine, that's fine. As long as we get to choose our litter, I'm cool.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, chicken owners are gonna have litter in their coops. And if they're a bad chicken owner, litter is gonna be the least of your problems as far as enforcing. other
Yeah.
code. Like, they're gonna be in violation of so many other
And-
things. I mean, just the neglectfulness.
And I think the initial relationship, right? The initial relationship with the code enforcement team and the chicken owner would establish what sort of chicken owner you are. So in other words, when they come out to inspect your coop and your runs, they see litter, they come out again, they see litter. Then all of a sudden, the third time they come out, they see no litter. They know your history. And so at that point, you can say, I'm in the middle of doing a deep clean, right?
Hopefully. I think we need to center more on the condition of the animals rather than their spaces so hyper vigilantly. You know, because like I just rescued a rooster whose spurs were cut down and they're supposed to be removed. They're not really supposed to be cut down. It's supposed to be removed in a certain way. The whole bottom of his feet pads are black from bumblefoot, so I had to cut out the entire bottoms of his feet and pull out. He has no bottoms on his feet right now. It's super gross. I think maybe some of you have seen the pictures of how rough he is. He's missing feathers. He's got a toe that was broken. I mean, he was not taken care of. He was abused. He was neglected. Someone had probably kicked him at some point to break him. You know, stuff like that. And you can tell. You can, just like you can tell an abusive animal owner.
Right.
You know, the dog, or with cats, you can tell an abusive animal owner with farm animals and chickens. You know, they're birds. They're birds, but I mean, yes, they're a farm animal. Yeah, we show them in 4-H, and well, we don't, but people show them in 4-H. But they're really not that different, really, from any other animal. A good owner keeps them clean and well fed and well watered and shaded and taken care of, and they have a home. And that's what we're trying to establish, basically. So, like, you know, like, are we gonna go around like the old code established for all animals? So we're gonna go around to like dog owners now and say like, where do you keep your dog food? You know, that kind of stuff, to make sure like there's not bugs in your house. Like the dog food needs to be kept in a certain kind of container. Metal containers will get tipped over way easier if they're empty or almost empty. Raccoons will get into them easier. We use hefty Rubbermaid totes, like the Home Depot, Lowe's, whatever have you, the big thick plastic ones, the lids click down.
Mhm.
Nothing is getting into those. I have kicked one over with feet in it and it does not open.
Mm.
That is way more secure than a metal trash can. So for instance, little stipulations like metal storage bin. Most of us chicken owners, we know what's best to keep our feet in because we know what's going to keep rodents out. We don't want rodents in our food because that increases our food bill. Also, that increases the likelihood that some of our chickens end up dead from a rodent because possums will try to get the eggs. And unfortunately, our chickens become casualties of those possums. Not that they're trying to eat the chicken, it's just the chickens are in the way that them getting to the eggs. So, you know, a stipulation as to how we keep our feed, especially in a way that's not actually like, I don't know that I've seen a lot of metal garbage bins that you can really lock. You know, so as long as it's in a secure, sealable container, I would think that would be sufficient as opposed to a metal storage bin.
Sure.
Also, most of us have feeders for chickens that are obviously left out for said chickens so that they can eat at will. You know, a lot of us don't just go out every single day unless we have, I guess some people do if they have a few, they go out and toss food to them, but I've got quite a few. So I have a black garbage bin that's secured and it's got 4 little PVC 45 angle little things in it, and it's sealed and it gravity feeds a little bit at a time to them. So they pick in and they eat, you know, and they get, so there's not a whole bunch of feed everywhere. They get to eat as they go, and it's kind of less mess, and we don't have to go out and fill up little tiny feeders every single day. So no matter what, really, no matter what kind of chicken you have, all the feed is not going to be securely locked up all of the time. That's excess feed that we keep locked up. We all have chicken feeders that are filled and left out for chickens to eat out of. So there's always going to be feed out, essentially. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Not a ton, you know, but enough for our chickens to
but
eat.
it's in the feeder though, right?
It's in a feeder.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, potentially something could get to it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
a little mouse could
Sure,
nibble on the
sure,
whatever, but
sure.
you know.
But
so
the attempt would be there though, right?
the what?
The attempt, you said potentially small animals
Yeah.
could get to it, but at least even in that scenario, the attempt was made, right, to keep things clean and orderly.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
right.
So just, I mean, just in for the whole food storage requirements, just so that everyone's aware, because I know not a lot of you own chickens, have chickens, that there is
Other
food
ways.
is left out pretty much all of the time.
Yeah.
Just like water, they pick and they, you know, have food accessible to them all the time.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of the times we cover the ground in oyster shells because it's good for their digestion. So, you know, that
Yeah.
stuff gets spread all over the ground all the time too. I have an issue with the permit thing. I don't have an issue with the permit thing because I don't want to get a permit. I don't care. I'll get a permit. I need to get a permit. That's fine. I have an issue with the permit because it's a lot for code compliance to do. I think that puts an undue burden on the part of the city, personally, to come out and inspect every little part all the time. I just think it seems like an annual renewal of the permit and an inspection. So that looks to me like, okay, we get a permit and then are we gonna need to get an inspection every year to get that permit? So every year, every single year, code is gonna have to come back out to the house and they're gonna have to do the same thing and they're gonna have to look at every single little thing. And that's gonna take a good chunk of time out of their day to look at the same exact conditions they looked at the last year that they were there, because most of us are pretty, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think
I
it's
do.
an undue burden a little bit.
I do, and I think this, Alana, I think that certainly every point you made is valid, and I'd love to continue this discussion. I think though, when we look at the law, more times than not, most laws address that less than 1% of people
Right.
that will break the law.
Yeah.
For example, it is illegal to kill another person, right?
Totally.
Straight illegal. I'm not killing anybody.
Hopefully.
And I don't know you as a person that would kill anybody, right? But there's that less than 1% of society that might go there, right? And so that law is basically a boundary or a way for us to understand that there are certain ways that we conduct ourselves.
Right.
And I am so sorry that you and Ms. Keith and Mr. Wilson and many others are getting caught up in some of this. I'm listening to everything that you're saying. And so I just wanted to say that, keep in mind, a lot of these things probably won't ever apply to Ms. Keith
Right, because
or you.
we're not in that.
Right.
We're not in that.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Go-
I
but go
totally
ahead, go
understand that. I totally do. I just think in that instance, it's a little like, okay, I'll get a permit every year, whatever. I come up to pay my water bill anyway, or go over to get, papers from code office for the meetings and stuff like that. I do, drive around and do that anyway. But have a full base thorough inspection is kind of, I don't know, like they can drive by my property and see, you know what I'm saying? Like Michael could drive by my property and see that my chickens are okay. Or pull into Kathy's driveway and peek around the corner and know that it's okay. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like it wouldn't, we don't need like a full, are we talking like full scale FBI investigation for code? I just
Pretty,
seem
pretty
like-
much. I think that we're gonna send Kathleen and her group to FBI investigating school and
And I throw parties and they come out.
Yes, have your fingerprints ready too.
Yeah.
I,
this will be, this part, this piece is designed, again, this is an open discussion.
Yeah.
But it's designed to limit the complaints.
Yeah.
It really is, because if Mr. Osteen complains to Kathleen about your chickens,
Yeah.
and she has already thoroughly inspected it and has found no problems with it, right?
right,
That reduces by a good portion the amount that she would have to do to investigate, right? Because she's just been there, she saw that you were compliant. It looks totally different. Does that make sense? So that is what that was intended to do, to stop.
it does kind of, I mean, my property was inspected and I forgot a couple for chickens.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's, here we are,
And the permit it is also to know where the chickens are.
totally, no.
So,
if
yeah, so
per-
that, so,
Like.
because you have to have some type of way,
a
to know where they
registry of
are,
sort.
right? Because,
Yes.
because what happens is if you don't know where they are, then it does become complaint driven. You find out where they are after a complaint has come in. So if we make that a standard, that if you're gonna have that, then we know where they are. You understand what I'm saying? That's the standard for most cities,
I
just so
do.
you know, for permanent. I think we removed the fee, correct, Gus? There's no fee. The second year, I think there's no fee attached to
It
the
doesn't say
permit.
it all.
There's no
there.
fee.
Yeah.
There's no fee.
There,
Yeah, there's no fee
initially,
at
there
all.
was discussion about no
Right.
fee, and then there was some discussion about a fee,
Right.
so I left it as it was originally presented and was going to
Because there
follow the
wasn't,
council's will on
Okay.
how they want it, but
Okay.
absolutely a 1-year fee and then no renewals is absolutely something. that we can do.
okay, just a fee to get you registered, but not a
Yeah,
renewal fee.
correct.
Okay.
And I happen to, I heard what you said, and I happen to really believe in what you're saying about the metal container. Again, just like with the litter, so long as the objective is reached, right? If it's a non-permeable container, right? I personally, I'm just one person sitting here, but I don't see an issue with that so long as we are able to do what we're trying to do, which is keep rodents and animals out of the feed.
So basically, what we are trying to do then is make this code kind of say what that did, to not have any nuisance, right? Like
Pretty
to
much.
Make sure they're kept and clean
Because
and
new,
considerate
yes.
conditions, so that they don't offend persons of normal senses.
right,
Right, so what that said is what we're trying to achieve here, just with finer verbiage.
because so that it can be very clear, right? And so that everybody can understand it. The way it reads now, it's based on the interpretation of the code enforcement officer. Or maybe, I don't know if Kathleen gives them direction. I don't know their business, how they do it, but it's at least based on the interpretation of one, Kathleen, unless she is directed by the city manager.
Yeah.
So so all of these things, you're right, Alana, you sniffed it out. All of these things are basically saying, this is what it looks like when it's not a nuisance.
So, like you could said in the old one, just with clear words.
Clear words, yes, ma'am.
With clearer words.
Yes, ma'am.
So the same thing, just with,
With clear words
uh-huh,
and with the responsibility spelled out for chicken owners, those that not the 90% of chicken owners that do what they're supposed to do.
right, I was subtly making a little bit of a point there between
Talk to me.
the. We didn't violate that code. The way that it was written, and none of us would under this new one. Us good ones. We'd all be good. We keep our animals clean, you know, the ones I rescue, they stay clean, the ones I have a house, they stay clean, or snake stays clean, whatever, you know. None of us would violate it. But none of us violated that one either. We all kept our animals in an orderly fashion in that space that wasn't offensive to people of normal sensibilities around us. Legally, that's how it was written. And we were sent to court for that. Although we did nothing wrong. And that kind of bugs me because I will, and we're going through the court, you know, we're going through the stuff, but we're trying to just essentially take that and just put finer words in it, which is awesome. You know, it's you have then it can't be interpreted a weird way. It can't be, you know, because Tink took it his own way and read the words in a different way when code and law is very specific. Like I said earlier, everybody knows one word can change the entirety of something like a divorce decree. We didn't violate that code. Mr. Jackson interpreted it a different way, and then we all got for it. And now we're trying to take what that was and just fine tune it just into clearer words. Same objective, just clearer words. So if we're in compliance with this, you know, we were in compliance with that.
Except
Mm.
the existing ordinance is left up to the interpretation of the city manager, as it is then that person directs the code enforcement officers, right?
Right.
And it was vague enough that apparently some of you got cited for violating the ordinance because it was based on interpretation. We're trying to take all of the
All of that
wiggle
vagueness
room.
out of it.
Yes,
But at the
ma'am.
end of the day,
I totally understand.
well, let's be clear. At the end of the day, courts interpret law. The courts do that. That's why we have a court system.
Right.
So even though it's vague, Mayor, it's still up to and let's say a person is cited based on what one person's interpretation. At the end of the day, am I right, Gus? The courts interpret the ordinance. So even though you may have a change of management or a change of interpretation, what we're trying to do, and to be quite clear, is to make sure that the staff knows how to interpret it so our citizens won't have to be cited. I don't think anybody wants to cite anybody if we don't have to.
No, I
Yeah.
agree, totally.
All right, so that's what it is, with the motivation behind it.
Clarifying it. I
Right.
totally agree.
Because some people are having, in my district, big issues with
Yeah.
with the
Oh,
chickens.
yes, I know.
Big
Yeah.
issues with the roosters.
Yes.
And so though it may not be in somebody else's district, because it was vague, but it's up to the courts to interpret what the ordinance says. Now, if we can avoid going to court, then that's what we're gonna try to do for our citizens, right?
Yeah, going forward.
Right.
And
But based on it, there were some people that were not in compliance, and that's just facts.
They're factually, yes. There
Right,
were a
right,
lot of people
right.
that were not.
Right,
That were
and we may not
nuisance.
been, and they may not have been aware, because I, as a teacher, I believe it's real important to show people the way. This is what's supposed to be. Let me see if you can get it fixed. But because in other districts, such as mine,
Mhm.
and let me be clear, my grandmother had chickens. So I grew up around chickens. I know a little bit, some about chicken. We ate a lot of them too. But
We do too.
but it is quite a job to keep it clean. That was part of my responsibility growing up as a 7-year-old in Dickinson, Texas. But I think it's what we're trying to do now, though, Elena, is try to just make sure that no one gets in trouble for having something that they love. And so that's why we're taking so much time trying to make sure it's right for
And
everybody.
I absolutely agree with it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that clarifying and doing all of this is
Right.
wrong,
Right.
but,
I just want to get it resolved today.
oh, totally. Girl, I do too. You know, but, under the, under the old one, under its vagueness, like there were three of us who really weren't bothering anybody. And there were a lot of people, Kim, like you said, in your district that really were bothering people.
Right.
And so, but mine aren't,
Right.
hers weren't,
Right.
and his weren't, and we're in municipal court
Right.
because we.
I get your
In the
point.
I
midst
get it.
of knowing that we're rectifying the code.
Right.
So it had already started, the process had already started.
Yeah.
Everything, we were, good, mine don't cause any
Right,
problems,
right.
and then
That's
here I am
unfortunate.
getting a summons.
Right.
And it's shocking
Right.
to see something that had been enforced the same exact way for what, like 50 years? All of a sudden get interpreted by Mr. Jackson a certain way, and then he left.
Right. And there was.
And then it was still, and then this whirlwind happened, and now we're all in, it's,
Yeah.
we go through it, we've bonded, we're the three of us stick together, whatever it is, what it is. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal in the end, because we're getting it resolved, but,
Right.
that old code said essentially what this is just minor language.
Right.
So to penalize the people that did no wrong and leave the people that did wrong you know what I mean? Like, why, like, I don't know. So
Leave
what-
the people that did wrong, leave them what?
unscathed, untouched.
I don't know that they will always go untouched. I think that the law will apply to them as well. I think that perhaps it's already being applied to them.
Well, hopefully, I would hope going forward, because I think it's unjust to put down the law on,
Right.
especially where something was vague, I guess, to some people. People who did absolutely everything in their power to make sure that their spaces were clean and content, and
Sure.
they didn't bother their neighbors, and have, like, we didn't bug anybody. And there were horses across the street too, and I know there's Joe has a lot next to him, so he's not really bugging anybody else, so those of us who just kind of mind our own end up here, and there's other people around. I hear a rooster every morning. Not that it bothers me, like, I don't really care, but I hear a rooster every single morning. I don't know where it's coming from, because there's a wooded area, but it's coming from over there somewhere, and it's really loud. And he doesn't talk, but I don't know where it's coming
And so
from.
this new ordinance says that you have to be in essence registered. So that same rooster, if
I
you
guess you
still
can
don't
figure
know
out
where
where
it's
it
coming
is.
from, when Kathleen catches it,
No.
Can it make soup with the roosters we catch? So they're out of ordinance? I'm glad that the language will be clarified,
Right.
yes, ma'am.
because I don't want to see other people have to unjustly go to court for,
Let's stop right here, Lana, and see if council has any questions for you. Casey?
No questions for Alana.
hi, Casey.
Hi, Alana.
Michael?
No questions, just one comment for Alana is, and everybody else, just for edification, is code enforcement during the budget hearings asked for clarification. So this is also not only to narrow everything down,
Good.
but to give them guidance, and that way they have more clarity of what to
Yeah,
enforce.
if this is what happens,
So,
then it needs clarification.
Just so you know.
No, you've answered everything. Thank you.
Joe?
Guess I need some clarity here. The section 8, the existing section,
The existing ordinance?
the existing ordinance 8.8, as was commented. It is applicable, as rightfully said, to any animal or fowl.
That's
Any animal. Now, today, and I'm trying to follow your language here. The existing ordinance, does it list this section 8.8 with the heading of keeping of hens.
No, no, Mayor.
That's your new,
That-
okay. So the existing 8.8 ordinance, we are eliminating animal from the ordinance? Is that what we're doing? The
Ye-
word animal now?
Yes, there are other sections that deal with animals and animals that can be kept in the city. This section, this 8.8 just dealt with keeping them within 100 feet of an occupied building.
Okay.
But to answer your question, yes, the word animal is being removed from the draft ordinance.
From the draft ordinance, and we're only focusing then on the hens.
That's
The
correct.
hens. And are you representing to me that under our existing ordinances that talk about other pets, dogs, cats, whatever, that there is still language in there as to the numbers, as to the maintaining them, things of that nature?
Yes, council member. 8.9 deals with locations of kennels. 8.11 deals with numbers of cats and dogs. And
Are there any distance requirements on the location of kennels?
yes,
What is that?
500 feet from an occupied dwelling.
Oh, very.
That's a registered kennel, a rescue.
Yeah,
If you
that's
want to
right.
register a rescue
Right.
in the city, you want to have 500 feet.
Right, yeah.
So not
Unless
like
your
an
neighbors.
independent.
You have signatures, then
Residential.
it's 100.
It's not for residents. That's the point.
Can't be.
It's-
Well, I'm gonna take a look at that. We'll talk
Right,
about
yeah.
that. That's still confused.
And then generally, a public nuisance for any animal is unlawful under the current
Okay.
ordinances as well.
Second question, we come to some consensus today, and there's a reading of a first, there's a first reading of an ordinance. We don't have any language in here, since we now have this permitting requirement, that a time period within which, and it takes 2 readings for this to pass. After the second reading, within what period of time are we asking our existing owners of chickens to seek this permit? Within 90 days, within 180 days? Is there any language to that effect in there?
There is not in here right now. Our thought was to defer to council on your thoughts. I mean, I would think generally 180 days, given the number. Although looking at Kathleen, she may want more time, but to give her and her staff time to go out and inspect these as the ordinance, well, not only give her staff time to inspect them, but give the residents time to comply with it. And also as the ordinance, as the, again, proposed draft ordinance is currently drafted, it does give Kathleen and her staff discretion on the inspections for renewals. They may do it, they're not required to. So that would be one way to cut down on her staff. So
What I'm hearing is that yes, we should include some language
yes,
during the period of time that this is implemented. And then my other question would be along these lines. I decide tomorrow that I want to have chickens. What's the first process? If I don't have chickens already, so my first step would be to go secure the permit. Would that be as a new chicken, future new chicken owner of America, I would go get a permit first. Is that the process?
I would contact your city departments and ask if there were permits, or permitting required, and what inspections were required. We would match it.
Okay, so actually the inspection would occur prior to acquiring the chickens.
Yes.
Okay,
No.
the permit.
before,
No, before the
Before-
permit's issued, you have to have your coop, you have to have everything
oh,
set up,
everything in
and
place,
then,
so that.
yeah, then apply
that's-
for it.
Yes,
So that,
yes.
Yeah.
it might be helpful to have a pamphlet along,
I think that's why I make it this effective, give us time to let the public know.
yeah.
to get
It might be longer than 180.
I don't, 180 days,
People clearly understand that it's in effect.
I think 180 days is excessive, but I mean, we can get the information put out to the public ahead of
Now,
180.
my last, this is as to, for clarity, Gus, and if you know, apparently what I'm hearing is that we do have some tickets that have been issued as a result of complaints, is what I'm hearing. And in the event that we pass an ordinance that now impacts how we own chickens in the city of Lamarck, to what extent will the new ordinance, assuming that it's not retroactive, impact the existing complaints there before? I'm curious as to how that process works, especially if our new ordinance is less lenient than, or let's say it's far more generous than the previous ordinance.
Right, so the current ordinance is complaint driven. It is, while it does have the 100-foot requirement, but it does also say, or modifies that to say, in such a manner that unreasonably interferes with another person's property. Or so as the ordinance, and I don't know the specifics of anyone's case before municipal court. But generally speaking, there would be, as with any code enforcement, once that case goes to trial, everybody is entitled to a trial. If it were to go to trial, then code enforcement, and if there was a complaining witness who complained that the chickens were interfering with their property rights, they would appear before the court, they would testify, and the court would render judgment, either judge or jury, if they requested a jury trial. It is how the process is generally working now, without getting into the specifics of Ms. Brown's case or anyone's case, because I don't know. With this new ordinance, we would meet with, and I'm speaking somewhat off the top of my head here, but we would take direction from council and we would meet with Kathleen and Mr. Carey to ascertain, while the ordinance itself may not be retroactive, if they are in compliance with the new ordinance, then perhaps entertain a dismissal from. And that's something that not only the judge could take up on his or her own, it's also something that with the direction and the city staff working together, the prosecutor could suggest to the judge.
Or we could, as council, if we agree to something, also say it's retroactive to
Absolutely,
the date of the last.
absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, absolutely.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Alon, I just have one question for you before you go.
Yeah, I'm super cold over this thing. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But I asked Ms. Keith and I'm asking you, and I'm going to ask everybody. Under the 100-foot distance,
Yeah.
would you be compliant? Now, I know you have your own understanding of nuisance, but let's take the word nuisance out and let's just look at the footage. And I'm asking because I'm trying to get an idea of the appropriate footage, right?
Okay. If it were based on 100 feet from someone else's home, no, I would not be in compliance.
Okay. Again, I'm just trying to,
Mainly because there's not 100 feet between the houses.
fair point, just trying to get information.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Like this?
You're good. You can get from under the fan.
It's right under the fan. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Loftus, name, address.
Shore Loftus, Johnson Street. So I'm back for the 11th time. I got a question. How many people in this room have seen me here 111 times? All of y'all. I answered it for you. Okay, so my issue is this, the chickens. Mr. Bill, you have been on council for 17 years. I've been battling these chickens since 2010.
Yes, sir.
We had them removed around 2011, 2012 by Ms. Butler. And she interpreted the very same ordinance that Mr. Jackson did. So he didn't just come in here and make up something. He did just what Ms. Butler did.
Yeah.
I didn't too much care for the guy, but I got to give him props on that. He told code enforcement to do a job and they didn't. That's why we're here right now. Because had they did their job and removed the chickens, these three people probably wouldn't have got caught up in it. They would have been going on about their business, keeping their chickens because your neighbors wasn't complaining, right?
No, nobody ever.
Exactly. I was complaining. So it was complaint based. I complained. The chickens should have been removed because they were removed prior. So if they were removed prior, why was he allowed to bring them back? And not to mention when he removed them, the rat problem went away. The rodent problem went away. And in 2019, when he brought them back, the rodents and the rats came back along with him. And I gave y'all some photos of his yard. So if you looked at those photos and see how he keeps his yard, then you tell me how he's gonna keep the chicken coop. Plain and simple. It's plain to see. That's why I brought them to you, so you have a general idea what I'm dealing with over there. I'm just really frustrated here. This
But the
whole
good news is, I don't want to cut you off. The
ma'am,
good news for you is that once we give clarity to the new ordinance, then if he doesn't comply, he's out of compliance. So that should bring you some relief. Now, if he doesn't want to follow the rules,
well,
then that's when it becomes a
Ms.
civil
Yancey,
issue.
I'm not a gambler, but I would bet my house.
Don't
that
bet
he-
your house.
I'm telling you. You heard me say it. I bet my house that he ain't gonna comply. He ain't complying now with just a few other things, but you know, that's just my assumption of that.
Right.
But again, the question and the answer is, how did we get here? And the answer is because code enforcement didn't do their job when they was directed to do a job. And for that, I am not too happy
Mhm.
because here we are again. So y'all do what you're gonna do. But there's some other things in the clarity that needs to be clarified. The ducks, the guineas, all those animals that make noise.
I think it's
He's had those animals before. They make noise too. The crow and hens, as Mr. Pennington mentioned.
The ducks and the guinea, the guinea
Remember
pigs?
Guineas, they bark like dogs.
Oh, guinea hens, I'm sorry.
No,
sorry.
not the hens, but guineas.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, guineas, the birds.
Yeah,
They are very.
They're birds?
They eat ticks, but they are very.
they bark like dogs.
Okay.
You make a move, they let the owner know that you're out there.
So
And
that's a fowl? It's a bird?
it's a bird. So these type of animals need to be included in that also, because if they're not, then someone brings them in and they're gonna, like Joe said, we'll be back in 2 years if someone decides to up and have them again. So the wording again needs to be very clear on what needs to be allowed and what doesn't. Because in my experience, and I'm only speaking about my neighbor, these people don't affect me. I know it needs to be across the board, which is fine, but I didn't turn these people in. Someone else did. And they turned them in because they had reason to, because other people were getting selected to get their chickens removed and some people weren't. So again, it goes to the selective enforcement, as I've been calling it, and I'll continue to call it until I see otherwise. So the distance, the 100-foot rule, it helped me keep chickens away from my house. Then all of a sudden, I was told that the coop, which is quite large, and I don't see how it was moved 3 feet. I think that was in an attempt to allow this guy to keep his chickens. So shortening that distance is gonna even still allow him to keep the chickens. You had mentioned moving it to 150 feet. I don't know if you remember that, but I do. And it's on record. So now we done went from you suggesting 150 feet to 25 feet.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I know you don't.
Not at all.
I know you don't.
But the last time you were here, I think you said you were comfortable with 50 feet.
I said 75.
75, yeah.
And when I said 75, that's away from the fence, because I have dogs that continually bark when these chickens and roosters are crowing and running the fence line, because my neighbor has them free range in his yard. They running all over the yard. They ain't jumping the fence, of course, but they're running down the fence line, and then there are my dogs. They done made a trail up and down the fence line because that's what they're doing. And I've told y'all before that I've had to start at night putting my dogs up. I shouldn't have to do that. I got the dogs in the yard for a reason, for protection. But yet they're in the garage at night because I want to sleep and I don't want them barking at chickens and roosters that's clucking and making unnecessary noise.
Yeah.
If my dog barks, he might be barking for a reason. Somebody's out there. Somebody's walking down the street at 2, 3 in the morning. Because that's where I live, in that type of neighborhood, that folks is up pandering and walking around. So the dogs is that alarm system, if you
Sure,
will.
sure.
So chickens for you are a nuisance in your particular situation.
They're a nuisance. They've been a nuisance since the guy moved in. The very first day he showed up on my block, he told me he was bringing chickens and roosters and guineas. And I told him, sir, you cannot do that. And the language he used let me know where we were going with the whole deal. And here we are. That was 2010. This is 2021. And we are still talking about this. So you can understand my frustration.
That's 11 years.
On
Let
top of many other code violations.
let me do this. Let me ask Kathleen, could you approach Kathleen for a minute? Let's try to see if we can understand what happened in those 11 years. So it is true. This, before it was Kim's district to represent, it was mine. We worked extremely hard to get this property under compliance. Chickens were removed. The world was at peace. And then somehow they returned. How did they return? And what, if you can say to us, what was your instruction from those city managers? And Mr. Jackson was one of them, Chase is the other, to address that issue. So first, how did they get back?
I don't know. I don't know. That was complaint driven, remember? So we don't know. Now, some of the history that he's not letting you know about was when the city moved in and did a complete cleanup of Mr. Morrison's or Ms. Johnson's property. That was in 2014, I believe. In 2012 is when there were some ducks there and the ducks were removed. The picture that you sent, because there were no ducks there at the time we went to, when we had permission to go onto the property, there were no ducks there. And there were no chickens running at large. And the property owner was there with us. when we did it.
So let's go back. So at some point, those chickens, ducks, whatever was in that backyard, they were removed at
Yes.
some point.
Also, there were
By
some
order,
turkeys there.
there was some sort of order, right? He was ordered to remove those, right?
Yes,
Okay, so they're gone.
they were removed because of the unsanitary conditions of them.
Okay, and then they're back and you don't know how they got back.
No, sir.
So, question. Wouldn't it be your jurisdiction to say these chickens were removed and nobody gave you permission to bring them back? They need to go again.
I guess guess we could if they were in violation of that ordinance. But at the time, the chickens were 103 feet away. I believe we have that, and I gave you a map on that.
They
But
were removed the first time because they were within 100 feet of that coop. There's no way he moved that coop 3 feet. It's just not happening. And you just said that he don't have chickens free ranging. I have a video right here of chickens.
When we were there, I said, when we were there,
Maybe-
Yeah.
they didn't see it was
maybe
no free
when
range.
you were there, I'm just telling you the statement I made that they free ranging and running the yard is in fact true because I have a video to prove it.
But upon listening though to her, I think that the issue was they were removed because it was unsanitary, correct? That's why they were removed.
Extremely
So-
unsanitary.
So I guess he brought them back, even though, because I hear you both saying the same thing, but you're saying they were removed not because of the nuisance, well, I guess the nuisance complaint actually let you see that it was unsanitary, correct? And that's why they got removed. So he was not, because it's not in our ordinance, our ordinance does not say he can't have chickens. There's nowhere in our ordinance that said, just so that you understand it. It doesn't say he can't have chickens in our ordinance. It has to be sanitary. So by law, I don't know if we could have him remove them until they're unsanitary again. Do you follow me? Okay. And so, I'm sorry, Mary, go ahead. 'Cause
Oh, no.
I was just trying to get some clarity.
yeah. No. Kathleen, that was really, so let me ask you this really quickly, and then we're gonna get folks to ask Mr. Loftus questions if he likes, so that we can make sure that everybody's being heard. So at some point, you received direction, I take it from the city manager's office on, when was that? When were you directed?
April 19th.
Okay. I don't remember the
No
exact
time
date.
before that.
Council directed him to make the.
So no time, so what direction were you under before that?
What year was that, Mayor? Of this year?
2019, 2021.
Of this year, okay.
So what direction were you under before that as it relates to the file ordinance?
The interpretation of the ordinance.
Okay, so before that, the city manager never had a discussion with you as it relates to the interpretation of that ordinance?
Other than what is the problem, what's going on, and give me the information.
And he never directed you in any way?
Not until that point, yes.
City attorney, did any of our city attorneys ever direct you in the interpretation of that ordinance?
No,
Did you ever have a conversation with any of our municipal court judges or alternates as it relates to the interpretation of that ordinance?
no.
Okay.
So now in this ordinance, if they have 3 violations, they can pull the permit. So then they can't have chickens, correct? According to this ordinance.
Yes, according to the draft.
That's correct.
Now, in the old ordinance, it was not in there.
That's correct.
Okay. That's where the problem lies.
Correct, yes. That was put in there at the council's direction to basically deal with repeat offenders. That's why,
Okay.
Yeah.
that's why we did that.
So that's the reason, that's why I asked that question, because there's nothing in our ordinance that says he can't have chickens again. He just can't have chickens in an unsanitary condition. So now in this ordinance, if he continues to violate that, now that you have to have a permit, then you can pull the permit where he can't have them anymore, which that was absent.
And then they'll have to be removed.
And then
Yeah.
they'll have to be removed because, and I'm sorry that I didn't see this before. It was just, as soon as she said that, it just triggered something like, wait a minute. There's nothing in the law that says he can't have them chickens. There's nothing in our ordinance to say, hey, you can't have them. You just can't have them in an unsanitary condition. Does everybody understand where I'm going with this?
Mhm, mhm.
Because like you said earlier, the wording is everything. It's just not in the current ordinance. And she can't do the job without the law telling her what to do. And that's the thing. So the issue isn't that he brought them back. The issue was it was removed. They're removed because they were unsanitary. And nobody said he couldn't get them again because there's nothing in the previous law that says he could. So somebody must have told him that. I don't know who. But not Gus, am I right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, unless without seeing that order, they were removed under some sort court order, but
There was a search warrant.
correct.
Property to go and clean the entire property.
Right.
Another time, I actually went from a complaint, I'm not sure if you or what, there was ducks.
Mhm.
It may have been somebody behind there on Lake Road that told me.
Okay.
And when I got on the property and saw what I saw, I immediately had to remove it because of the unsanitary conditions.
Right.
And on top of the treatment they had.
Okay.
A lot of that happens, not just with animals, not just with chickens.
Well, a lot of
with
animals.
ducks, and with dogs and everyone else. And so we don't use that for that.
Right.
So with chickens, it's just the unsanitary conditions. It seems to be the major problem.
Right.
And
A nuisance.
so that's why that is more of a focus with them. We have a few with dogs. More so with tethering of animals and stuff, but
Right.
the chickens is unsanitary conditions. Now, there are chickens in this city.
Uh-huh.
Their floors are cleaner than this floor.
Right.
Their coops are cleaner than this, the yard's spotless. And they're all kept in their own little coops and stuff. And there's absolutely nothing that we could do other than the distance from the house to the coops.
But now in this ordinance though,
This
the
one,
new one,
yes.
they can actually be removed and we can say you cannot, maybe we need to say you can't have them for a total number of years. And yeah, I mean, let's just be,
We could, yes, currently it's just a permanent. They're no
Right.
longer eligible for a permit, but we could change it to a number of years,
Right.
5 years,
yeah.
2 years,
And we
whatever.
know this is not the norm. I mean, let's just be honest, this is just not the norm. This is a truly abnormal situation,
Yes.
but you still have to deal with those situations. Okay.
Let's open this up to see if we have any questions for Mr. Loftus. Casey? No questions? Michael?
I'm good, sir.
Joe?
Clarity, Gus, this new ordinance will be enforceable by our code compliance department only. It's not complaint driven.
Well, if somebody were to make a complaint, I'm sure code enforcement would go out.
So I've heard the term complaint driven. So under normal circumstances, Kathleen, somebody has a problem, they call me or they call the city hall and say, I've got a problem. And that constitutes, quote, the complaint. And
Yes, sir, it does. The only question I have is that we don't have enough code enforcement officers in the city to go around and find everyone who has chickens to make sure they register.
Right, right.
So I'd like to, if council could address that for me.
Well,
Now, most people, I can tell you, most people in this city, when they find out that this ordinance, they have to register,
They
they're
will.
going to.
they can do voluntarily.
They're going to, and
Mhm.
they take care of their chickens, they take care of their animals. So I think there might be some clarification on that.
I think,
Just to make sure everything's clear.
I think that like we did the rental ordinance, I think, I think we have to make sure we put it in water bills. I think we have to make sure we put it on the website, on the Facebook page. I think that we have to make sure that CTY, I think that we have to communicate in every way that we have available to us. And then you're still gonna have those that miss the message. And so for a period of time, whether that's 90 days or whatever, 180 days, it doesn't, I'm open to that part. We'll see, those folks that may not register, and we'll have to educate and inform and move forward.
Yes, sir.
And one other, just for
Go ahead, Joe.
clarity purposes, this second time I've heard it. I think the intent of I'll put it this way. I think the intent of our new ordinance is that we will no longer have chickens just roaming about a backyard. Is that accurate? Or is that going to continue?
The ordinance is going to require a chicken run.
You have to have your coop
Right.
and you can have your chicken run and you
Right.
have to have the chicken run.
And what I would also say is that the free ranging or roaming at large, it's already under other sections of the code unlawful, but now it's going to be in this section that free range chickens are, would be.
That does include the person's entire yard, where chickens can't be running.
They wouldn't be able to roam at large as a whole. I know that,
Clarify at large, because as mentioned.
You have to designate a chicken run.
You have to have a designated chicken run, yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying, because as she's mentioned, there's chickens right now running across the streets everywhere.
Sure.
Okay.
And so in a
Now,
person's yard,
That's against the ordinance.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to ask the question. In that person's yard, running around free range, like the video that I have, is that covering that too?
Yeah, that the ordinance, the way that the language in the ordinance currently addresses it, because you have to have a chicken run.
Like a space for them to
Yeah.
run and
And it has to be
Yeah.
fenced in.
Yeah, I understand that,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to make.
So
sure.
if they're roaming once this ordinance goes into effect, if they're roaming all over the yard, that's an ordinance violation.
I'm sorry, I know he's up there, but,
Come on, Alana, it's a discussion, come on.
okay, so for instance, my chickens are in a coop and they have a fenced in area that is just theirs. Huge. I know Kathleen's seen it. Okay, big area. I use mine as pest control. I'm a wildlife habitat, Monarch Way Station. Mine are also used as pest control. So they do go into my yard to be used as pest control because that's one of their main purposes as an animal. That's what they're really good at. I don't have bugs in my house anymore thanks to my chickens, by the way. So.
So you're saying I need a chicken? so
Yeah.
I-
Yeah, I'll bring them to you.
Yeah.
They're really-
Chickens and rats, that's.
They actually do. They actually do. They're like little velociraptors. I've thrown a rat to them and it is National Geographic. Anyway, so my chickens don't roam at large. They don't ever get out of my fenced in space. They don't ever go into anybody else's yards. They don't ever tear up anybody's stuff. They don't really tear up my stuff, but they do help me with pest control in regards to my garden. They also fertilize my garden. That way it grows thicker and lusher and better, because then it helps actually support the wildlife that my yard is designated to support in the nation with my little fancy signs and stuff. And my number, like, so they're not at large. They're still confined. They stay in their space. It's a designated space and they go up into their designated space. And 90% of the time they're in their own little quarter of the yard, but sometimes they venture into the rest of my yard and into the garden. That is also fenced in.
Yeah.
You want to take that?
Sure. Currently
Can
the
clarify the free range, if that's
Sure,
what you
sure.
want to do.
chicken run is currently defined in the proposed ordinance as a fenced area. Be that, and now, of course, there are other there are other proposed property line requirements, and I know those are under discussion, but it is just the only requirement of the chicken run is that it be fenced. There is
Fenced in area.
there, so in theory, it could be a yard, but it must be fenced to the extent the roaming free of chickens. So going across the street, roaming across other people's yards would be unlawful
So
under
just
this.
like
ordinance.
dogs, so not to be at large, like we would
Right.
assume dogs at large would be roaming around the streets. Chickens at large would be roaming around the streets.
And I guess that's where
That,
I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't,
That right-
my
what you just said,
interpretation of what we're doing is a chicken run,
Yeah, so what you just.
a
said
designated
basically
space,
is
yeah.
You got a fenced in yard, then the chickens can continue to run all around the yard.
right, yeah, so,
And that is what I consider free range in the way they just all over the yard.
It's
And that's-
actually
and
better
that's
for
why-
them.
It may be better for them, but I'm a human and it should be better for me.
But this is what it comes in. If them being all over the yard is a nuisance to you, that's a violation.
That's what
So,
I'm saying.
so that's
So if
where
you
you
allow
use the
them to run
ordinance.
all over the yard, that's what the problem is also, because again, like I said previously, they're running down the fence line, and yet I have 2 dogs that.
Right, and it
chase the
really
chickens
depends
up and
on,
down the fence
it
line.
really depends on, and this is what I'm saying, where he puts the chicken run. If he does not want to be fined, he shouldn't put the chicken run on your fence line. It should be somewhere
Well, the
different.
coop right now is further away from the house, it's 100
Right, right.
100 feet
But-
there.
But
which
again,
was said the first time.
but it doesn't matter where it is if it's a nuisance. Am I right?
It's been a nuisance.
If it's a,
since we-
that's what I'm saying. So, but
It
that's
kind
what,
of sounds like,
but
to a
no, no,
degree,
but
there's
that's the
just-
ordinance. The ordinance says nuisance. And I know, because we're getting into technicalities that you don't have to. Your issue is not where it is. Your issue is that it's a nuisance.
Well, I've been saying
Period.
that, and I just wanted that to be clear, so
Right.
that wouldn't be something.
And I
that
agree
we
with
can
you. I thought a
skirt
chicken
by
run
too.
was also
Because
a
we've been
designated
skirting by.
space.
A chicken run is a designated
A designated
space. It is a
space.
designated space.
I
So
didn't think it
should there
was-
not still be some language in there that designates that if it is a legitimate nuisance? Because like mine running in my yard is my personal property. I pay for it. I pay taxes on it. That's my space. And they don't bother anybody. My dogs don't bark at them. The dogs next door don't bark at them. Like, I don't have that problem. You have that problem. I'm not negating your problem.
No, right,
So your problem is a nuisance. You have a nuisance problem.
right.
I do not.
And your
So-
neighbors are not here complaining about it.
Right. So like there's a difference. So we have a nuisance circumstance to where the keeping of them, so a solution would
So what-
be they
yeah.
need to block that space off so his dogs can't see the chickens.
Right. And
You
see,
know what
that's
I'm
the thing. One of the reasons why we're trying to stop the nuisance is to create things like the chicken run. That's why we brought it in, because we looked at the best practice. We need to determine what is a chicken run. And this is why we're here.
Right.
Because I agree with him. I didn't think it was all over the land. I thought it was just a designated space, that it won't become a nuisance. We want to not create nuisance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I know you weren't here the last time because we did a big talk about it and Catherine wasn't here
Yeah. I was there.
concerning the chicken run. Am I right, council? Didn't we talk about the chicken run and why it's important that we had one so we wouldn't have complaints?
Right.
But I didn't think a chicken run was a whole yard.
Yeah, and I believe I misspoke there. So
Okay,
let
okay.
me, in theory, the chicken run must be fenced and it must be, as currently drafted, 25 feet from the property line. So it could not be the entire yard
Okay.
because it is the property line. It can't be within.
I did take good notes on my phone. That's why I was like, I was like, that's not what we're saying.
Right, yes. So-
Would it be possible to, so I believe,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Casey.
oh, I'm sorry, forgive me.
Oh, go ahead.
So I think I was the one who brought up in our last meeting the idea of what if the run can also be somebody's fenced in backyard? Because I was of the thinking, I think similar to what Alana's saying, which is, if a property owner, a chicken owner is responsible and accountable and their neighbors don't mind, there shouldn't really be a problem. Why do they have to build an extra structure? The conversation at that point, there was a lot of feelings about it. And so I ended up thinking like, okay, let's just stick to the run and not have it also be considered that it's the yard. But one way to maybe work both of these scenarios in is, we keep the run, we keep the requirement of a run. I do think we should reduce the language, or think we should change the language around the height to a minimum of 4 feet rather than a requirement of 6 feet. I think that's much more reasonable. But we say they have to have an enclosure, minimum of 10 square feet per chicken in the run, forgive me. And then if they have written permission from all of their adjacent neighbors, then perhaps their fenced in yard that prevents chickens from roaming outside of their property, that could serve as their chicken run, but only if they have written permission from neighbors. I mean, is that something we could work in that would be doable enough?
I would go with that, Casey. I think we need runs in the ordinance, but for those that are responsible and the best judgment of those that are responsible are the neighbors, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So
it's
I'm
the
with you.
situation. Yeah,
Our neighbors are renters and they're not actually property owners. Like I've got a lot, like my neighbors are renters, so they move in and out constantly.
Well,
Like, you know what I mean? So they're not succinct.
This neighbor may
So,
say it's okay.
right, so wouldn't a better judge of that then be when we get our permits for our chickens? Kathleen or Michael or whoever comes out and inspects our property and sees that our chickens roaming around are not
I think that
a
Alana,
bother, a nuisance to the neighbor, you know, that kind of thing. They're quiet. 'cause-
I think what we're doing with this is we're driving this ordinance right back to where it was. If we keep picking at it, it's gonna end up back where it was in 1972, because we've been here 2 times before.
Well, I mean, when I was up here earlier, we did say that we're essentially just trying to put better words for the same thing that was.
And then now we're taking that, because the issue was, what's a nuisance? And so now we're driving this car back to this place that nuisance is vague again.
No, nuisance, I think nuisance is pretty, I mean, personally, and I think most people would agree, with nuisance is kind of how it was worded in the old standing ordinance, that something is offensive to a person of reasonable senses.
So watch this. It's offensive to Gus. It upsets him. And then Kathleen comes out and her interpretation of nuisance, because she grew up in a different experience. Oh, that's not a nuisance. So now we have a problem, right? It has to be, when you have gray areas in ordinance, they have to be clearly defined. And for me, what I think the issue is this. I think chicken runs are appropriate. Now, to Ms. Keith's point, some people are immaculate in the way they keep their animals or their fowl. So for me, the way to resolve that would be to get permission from your neighbors that says that, you know, they don't have a problem with your yard being your run. Now, if new neighbors move in and new neighbors move out, and a new neighbor moves in and that person has an issue, then that person can go through the process. And they'll find from Kathleen that all of your other neighbors have gave you permission to use your yard as a run. And then we'd have to work that from there, right?
So I, as a tax-paying property owner, have to get permission from renters.
I think that whether we rent or we own, we're still citizens of this city, right?
No, I understand, but also I'm trying to take into consideration too, we want healthy animals, like we want responsible owners, we want good conditions. If you put an enclosed run over it, it creates the ability for essentially a more nuisance space. If it's an enclosed space, they have less space to run, and it creates more mud, it creates more flies, it creates more chicken crap. I mean, that's just what it does. Free ranging is extremely more healthy for the birds and for, I mean, kind of everybody around. It spreads it out. It doesn't confine it into one space. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're
So
saying.
if you've got, if our run is an open space, like my run is, I think, my run where my chickens are in general is 50 by 15 feet. And they generally run in that area. That's where they are most of the time. So if they hop into my garden every now and then, am I gonna get, you know what I mean? Like, am I gonna get violated? They have a designated space.
I think that it's clear that if you have a designated chicken run and they end up in your garden and Kathleen comes out and she says, hey, your chickens are free ranging. And you say, oh my God, I got to run. It just hopped out. I'm sure she'd be able to say, well, there is a run, you know, put your chicken back, you know,
Okay,
kind of a
so
thing.
we're like, as long, like.
You need a run,
we have a
Alana.
run,
Yep.
And we're not.
Alana, I think what he's trying to say is we have to add enough specificity in here so that, again, like we said over and over again, code compliance, and you know this well, can show up and say, here's what's supposed to be. If you can't easily tick off all these boxes, then you're out of compliance. When there still has to always be room for the officers to show up and use reasonable judgment. Like, we can't legislate our way out of that. So if they show up at your house or anyone who is able to tick off all those boxes, but something is not quite fitting, that's where that element of reasonable judgment still comes in from our officers.
Yeah, you're good.
I just want to make sure, because like, you know, chicken eating a bug, and I don't want to be. Okay.
I would, you know what, I would, to me, Alana, and this is just me talking. If you're out there with a chicken, you're in the yard. you know, that's totally different than somebody leaving chickens alone to free range all day in their yard. That's a different scenario.
Supervising my animals, like a dog. I got cameras that can watch them, so, I mean.
No, see, now you're getting into the,
Don't technicality, I can text.
So, but that's under, Casey, you want to offer that as consideration as far as the neighbor issue?
I do. I think as a way to allow folks to, for the definition of coop, I'm sorry, of chicken run to be expanded to somebody's fenced in yard. If it fit all the other parameters, right? I mean, it would
They get
still,
permission?
they have to have permission from their adjacent neighbors.
Yeah, that's a fair compromise, I think.
I
I
won't
think.
be giving permission for that. So,
Anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Loftus?
Just, once again, just this ordinance, and Kim Yancey has mentioned it a couple of times, and the mayor speak about the term nuisance. There's not, it's not even the term nuisance is not even referenced in this ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay.
And,
That-
and
I think
that,
that needs to be added.
we can do
So
that.
when we tweak it, I think we can sit down and say it needs to.
You know, I don't know if I agree with that, just because the conversation that's happened here, there is not a, in my opinion, I think it's wise for us to remove the word nuisance from one of the reasons you can complain about something. And instead, what we've done is pinpoint what we mean when we say nuisance. We mean that it has foul odors. We mean it's too close to somebody's house. We mean you have roosters crowing. So we've made those the basis of this ordinance. Those are those check boxes. Because if we add nuisance, I feel like that is so widely open to interpretation. Like Mayor Barry astutely said, one person's nuisance isn't another person's nuisance in the slightest. But you can't argue with the fact of your coop smells, or it's 10 feet away from this person's house. You know, like those are things that, or there's chickens running around in the street. Those are things that I think we would all call nuisances, but instead we've defined them and made them a requirement. I feel like if we start to eat back towards saying, or if there's a nuisance, it just makes it a little more, I think it opens it up for us to keep having these discussions more often.
I kind of disagree with that, because sometimes you can have everyone follow that law and it's still a nuisance to your neighbors. So I don't know if I agree with that. Because because if it's a nuisance, I mean, I don't like heavy metal, right? Heavy metal
Like the
music.
music?
The music.
Oh.
I used to, I'm just too old for it. I listened to it a lot in high school. I just can't get, like, I can't do gangster rap. I just can't do it with the cussing. I just can't do it. But it's my neighbor's right. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's why, so I can't, even though it's not loud, and I have to listen to the curse words. I have to listen to but it's not really, they're not violating the law. You see what I'm saying? But in this case, a rooster, well, I guess we're not gonna have roosters anymore. So I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
But that's what I mean. Like if we pinpoint, like, okay, it can't be, like with the music example, it can't be over a certain decibel. You know, you can't tell someone what kind of music they can listen to. At a certain point, if they're following all the rules and you just don't like it,
I just gotta hit.
you just got to deal with it. And I think that that's the same thing here, where if we're saying, like, what are the requirements for making sure we're doing everything we can to say, this is what a good neighbor looks like.
Right.
And if they're doing it,
nah.
but somebody still just doesn't like their chickens at a certain point, I mean, that's what you keep saying, Mary, like, this is a community.
You can have chickens.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave the floor for somebody else, but real quick. Are we adding language about the ducks and the guineas and those factions?
It says foul.
Are we doing that? Because
Yeah.
it clearly needs.
Yeah,
to
yeah, I
be-
see what you're saying.
It
So
needs to
where,
be stated. We need to
No,
make sure that.
I do have a
those things are-
generalized question.
so where it says, there shall be no roosters, maybe add a section that defines other birds, Gus?
What's-
Different types of aviary birds, so are we gonna go through all of them?
Absolutely, every one of them, Alana. It's gonna be this big.
I have ducks and they're quiet.
I-
No, like,
And
They
that's
are
really,
noisy.
that's
Those-
what I'm referring to
but they are
mostly.
noisy. Roosters are super noisy. There are certain birds that are noisy. I mean, still, they don't exceed the decibel level in studies of, say, a lawnmower or a dog barking, actually, but they are noisy. But like hens, only make noise when really they lay an egg. And then it's so loud. You probably would be loud too, you know, if you had a baby every day. But ducks aren't really loud. Mine really only kind of crack a little. When it rains, they get happy because they love it. You know what I'm saying? So are we really gonna get, I understand no roosters, because I got rid of mine because they are very loud and they do wake up. The only reason I'm caring for one right now is he's very sick and he does not crow right now, really.
May I?
Like, it's just so, oh, sorry.
No, please, no. I want to say, I'm really glad Mr. Loftus brought this up because I do think this has sort of been a hole that we've been sort of ignoring. And I suggest we follow suit of what a lot of cities have done, in particular, like the city of Austin and their regulations. So in ours, the way Gus created our draft, we put fowl equals chicken, right? So we're only talking about chickens. I think that it would be smart of us to expand that slightly and say what other fowl are allowed under this, because we're going to run into it, right? There's going to be more people like Alana or whatnot who have a couple ducks or who have a goose. And I think it would be my suggestion that we keep it still pretty limited, so that fowl means allowed fowl are chickens, ducks, and maybe chickens and ducks.
Now, my question
I
is,
mean,
what is-
I don't know
who's
if we
the
want to
guinea
expand
hen?
to turkeys and geese.
She said it.
It's like this, I don't know, they're like this tall-ish, they're black and gray spotted, they have a little waddle, and they literally go
Like a turkey?
constantly.
They are very.
Is-
No,
is-
guinea hens should absolutely not be allowed in residential. Like guinea hens are way too
Is
loud.
that considered an exotic animal though?
No.
No.
No?
They
Okay.
strictly need to be in the country, like that,
Okay,
you know how much I will fight for my ducks and chickens, but guineas, they need to stay in. the
that was my question. Thank you.
So let's do this, guys. We're about 2 minutes away from 6 o'clock. Let's take about a 2-minute break, so the council can kind of regroup, take a restroom break, and reconvene at 6 so that we can have our prayer, and our pledge, and then we will pick back up with Mr. Wilson. How about that? We're in recess for about 2 minutes. Casey.
Hi, sorry.
Hey, hey, you ready?
I've been here, yeah.
All
Sorry.
right, let's go. We're calling this workshop back in session. Now, before we get back to this healthy discussion on chicken ordinance, we do have some things that we have to get through that are time sensitive. One of those items is our invocation and our pledge. I believe Pastor Jones is here with us today. Pastor Jones, you may approach. Let's stand for our prayer. I'd like to ask Councilmember Carlson, as our veteran here on this dais, to lead us in the pledge afterwards. Pastor Jones.
Mr. Mayor, Council, and all assembled, those who would join me in a brief time of prayer. Pardon me. My Father, I bless your name. I glorify thee and give praise and honor unto thee. Thank you for the grace for allowing us to assemble in this type of venue. We pray now that understanding will prevail, and that in the United States effort to separate church and state, it's left us moved away from the understanding that those in elected positions of leadership are positions of ministers of justice and fairness, equality, politics, as well as social sciences, and that they're going to be responsible, not only accountable to those who elected them, but to your higher authority over all, and that they are ministers of this, and regardless of what name they may be under here in the United States, just like the prime minister of other countries like the UK. We understand, Master, that all that we do as citizens, as a part of the corporate body of this community, it's our obligation to lift up these leaders and praying that they will have the wisdom and understanding and working together with the ideas and suggestions from the community, and that it will all coincide for the good of all. We thank you as we go forth in this meeting in Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a proclamation. Today, many of you know, I would hope that most of us know, that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We have Ms. Tidwell here with us today on behalf of, is it Susan Cummins? The Rose, excuse me, on behalf of the Rose, which is another organization that combats the devastating effects of breast cancer. So we want to honor all of our community members who have suffered with those who have suffered through such a terrible, terrible disease. So we want to encourage not only our community, but encourage you and organizations like yours to continue to be diligent and vigilant in the fight to cure cancer. So the Office of the Mayor for the City of Marque proclamation, whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month began in 1985 as a partnership between the American Cancer Society and the Imperial Chemical Industry Pharmaceutical, AstraZeneca. And breast cancer is one of the most commonly diagnosed cancers among women. Although breast cancer does not discriminate, men can also be diagnosed with breast cancer. Whereas in 2021, more than 281,562 cases of breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed. Whereas increased breast cancer screening and early detection increases life expectancy, decreases late-stage cancer diagnosis, and reduces deaths. Whereas many organizations, including the American Cancer Society, Susan G. Komen for Cure, and the roles hold community events, offer mobile mammograms, and provide community services for the detection and treatment, aiding in the cure for breast cancer. And whereas we applaud all the national and community organizations for their work in promoting awareness and early detection about breast cancer. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of the authority vested by the city of Lamar, does hereby proclaim October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. City of Lamar, we hereby urge all citizens, businesses, and professional bodies to recognize October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and the observance of this day. And the testimony whereof, with this my hand and seal of the city of Lamar, this 11th day of October 2021, Eagle Mayor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hold on,
Thank you very much.
Ms. Tidwell, did you want to offer brief words?
I just want to thank you very much for having us here tonight. The Rose is a nonprofit. If you all don't know what the Rose is, it's a nonprofit organization that does mammograms for those uninsured and insured patients and take care of women all throughout 41 counties in Texas.
Good deal.
Thank you all.
Okay, council took a little longer than 2 minutes because we've been here since 4 and we may be here until 10. And so we took a snack break to make sure that our minds are fed. Let's get item 5. I think we only have one person requesting to speak because I believe that Ms. Herron is speaking in the chicken discussion. Is that correct?
Well, I've spoken earlier.
Okay, so we have,
Let Mr. Wilson speak.
yeah, he's gonna come. He's gonna come. I want to get our citizens who are speaking on another issue outside of the chicken ordinance, get this citizen heard, and then we'll come back to Mr. Wilson and the chicken ordinance. Item 5, citizen participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council on the specific agenda item limited to 3 minutes. You should give the mayor your name and item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are attempting to speak via phone, you may press *6 to mute and unmute your phone. If you are participating by smartphone, tablet, or computer, you may use the icon, the microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen to mute and unmute. Today we have Mr. Clarence Caldwell of, is that 3603 Prairie Street? It's Caldwell. I know I just said it, but would you please state your name and your address?
Clarence Caldwell, 3603 Prairie Street, Marque, Texas. Like that on shirt too.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm having an issue, and this issue's been going on for quite some time with my neighbor next door. And it's with the horn honking, the race car with the loud noise from the race car. And it's getting pathetic right now. I have actual videos, and with video has videos and it has audio with it also. The stuff rattles stuff and everything in your house. I know the people that lives around me, some of the people live in trailer homes or manufactured homes. And I know, Lord knows, I know they're catching hell from this. And when the individual gets drunk, it gets outrageous. And now he's dragging his wife into this mess and his wife's daughter, which I couldn't even point this woman out in a lineup. And this is starting to get old. And I've been begging, I've been pleading for something to be done since 2019. And it's time for somebody to do something. These all the stuff that these people have done and are doing with the PTSD that I suffer with, and with the epileptic seizures that I suffer with, and being a US veteran on top of this, it's time for y'all to do something on this. I mean, it's enough stuff in here for these people to be arrested and put in jail and fined severely. I have over 50 incidents that I've recorded from these individuals. That's just what I recorded. And what I recorded is when I was at home. I didn't use the ones that when I wasn't at home because that wouldn't be fair. And please, please, I'm begging y'all, please, please do something. That's all I ask. Arrest them, fine them, do what you got to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And all the stuff is here. Okay?
What's your name,
All
sir?
the law, both federal, state, and local ordinances.
Mr.
Contacting you soon.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay, appreciate it.
What district is it? B. What district?
Thank you, sir. Let's move now. Let me ask just in case, I don't want to be presumptuous. Is there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes, yes, there is.
Yes, ma'am. Would you identify yourself and your address, please?
Yes, sir. I'm Idel Senegal. I live at 2715 Main Street in Lamarque.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I've lived here for quite some time. And noticing here lately when we've gotten a heavy rain or continuous rain of maybe 4 days to a week, the ditch out front has water that stands for a week. Now we've had a recent rain. So now the water has not gone away because there's no culvert there in that ditch. I've called the city of Lamarque back in June. It took me 2 weeks to get someone to come out here. And once that individual came out, he said he would take pictures and give them to his supervisor, but asked that I would wait and give them some time because the 4th of July was approaching and his supervisor was out of the office. And I said that was fine. I waited 2 weeks after the 4th of July, had not heard back. I then proceeded to call back. I've left messages. And then someone else came out from TxDOT after that. TxDOT is telling me that that is city property. However, I would be responsible for digging up the driveway, I guess, and paying for the culverts and putting the driveway back. I would have to come out of pocket for that because that's not something that they do. That's city property. And so all they gave me was information about a permit. I've called back over to the city of Lamarque just last week. Well, I missed the backtrack. The 24th of last month, I was in the office of the city of Lamarque paying my water bill, and I've spoken to the clerk there and gave her my information yet again. And no one had called me back. So I called back on the 6th. And that's how I end up here with you representatives this evening. I'm just trying to understand if that is city property that's out there towards the street, the ditch towards the street, why is it the residents' responsibility to pay for a culvert for drainage that's city maintenance?
Is that your question, ma'am?
Yes, and am I going to be responsible for having a drain system put in for the water to drain on city property?
Okay. That question, Chase, is a question that we might be able to address as a point of information. Can you explain to our citizens, not just this one, but all of them, why our citizens have to pay for culvert?
Sure. So the process is the citizens pay for the culvert and then the city installs it. So we can set the slope and the drainage. The issue with this one is it is off a TxDOT road and legally, we cannot touch those culverts off the TxDOT. That has been an issue going back and forth for many years. I will get with Gus and get with our engineers then, and we will get clarification, final, and we can, then we can, I'll give you a call and let you know, but that's always been the issue. Is that whoever from TxDOT, they might have been, misinformed. I know we have been told to not touch those culverts off of TxDOT. So.
Okay, let me intervene right there. There's no culvert there, period, right now. There's nothing there to drain that water. So that water is still sitting there from last week's rain, and it literally looks like a little mini river.
Sure.
And that water is just gonna sit there and sit there. And there's no way for me to cut the grass out there in that ditch because it's a river that's sitting out there. And I don't know when that's going to dry up or move away. And it's backing up into my front yard all along the side. So I have to wait. And this has been going on for quite some time. And it's like, it's gonna stay muddy. It's gonna, I don't know. But there's no drainage there, period, for the water to go anywhere.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So let's do this. Do you have a pen?
I do.
Okay, the only number I'm responsible for is my own. So I'm getting ready to give it to you over this broadcast. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
409 877 2645.
Okay.
Would you call me or text me tomorrow? That way I can put you into direct contact with Mr. Carey and you all can have a conversation about this offline.
Yes, sir, I will.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Any other persons wishing to speak? You only got one paper, Mr. Caldwell. I'm just kidding. Come on, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you.
Hey, a good laugh. Everybody needs a good laugh. This will be real quick. On the corner of Prairie Street and Balney, there's some people that live in a trailer house that's right there on that corner. And they do not keep up with the trees and the bushes and stuff. And what's happening is when people are driving off of Balney and they are turning onto Prairie Street, these people are turning short and they're turning, and somebody's going to have an accident from the people who's driving onto Prairie, getting ready to turn on Balney. Right there at that corner.
Because the branches aren't.
Yeah, the branches, they never trim them. I mean, it looks like you're in the Amazon. I mean, that's the honest to God.
Prairie and Volney.
Yeah, on the corner of Prairie and Ball.
Chase, did you get that?
Yes, sir.
Kathleen, did you get that?
Yes, sir. I believe you need trees and shrubs that hang over onto the roadway.
Yes.
Works will take care of that.
Mhm.
But they have to be reported.
Okay, okay.
So they have to be hanging over the roadway or impeding the traffic or.
Well, it's doing that.
Street signs or anything. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's doing that, and especially, I can't even see, because I can do better in my truck, but in my car, I can't see nothing.
Yes, sir.
You know, when I come through there and the school bus almost hit me. So that's how bad it is.
I reported man and howl once for bushes impeding the view of traffic, and they were gone within a week.
Okay, that's it.
Good deal.
Okay.
Good deal. Thank you.
Everybody have a wonderful. and blessed
You too.
day.
Good luck to you, Mr. Caldwell. All right. I don't believe there are any others, and so we can get back to this healthy chicken debate. And I think we're going to start with Mr. Wilson. Hello, Mr. Wilson. You heard that one before? Goodness.
Well, I'm not going to bore y'all too long because I'm not real long-winded, so I'll kind of get to some of my points as far as the 25-foot rule. You know, I think it ought to be just the fence line, really. I mean, in my case, I'm completely different from everybody because I don't have any neighbors that can complain because y'all heard the story 3 or 4 times, and I really don't want to tell it again. But let me take this thing off. My biggest issue was, I think the city manager, previous city manager was, we were kind of misled a little bit because we were told at the time that, we wouldn't be, nothing would happen as far as the citation is concerned until this issue was resolved, and that was back in probably May, I imagine, somewhere around there. I have a question for the city manager is, do they keep notes when you meet with? Is that?
Are you speaking about code enforcement, sir?
No, I'm talking about a manager, like I go in, and I want to talk to you. Do y'all keep notes? 'Cause
Yes,
the
sir.
secretary was there and the assistant city manager at the time was there.
Yes, sir.
Do y'all keep notes when y'all meet with
When you have
your?
conversations?
Mhm.
Sure. They should.
I guess he's asking, did Mr. Jackson pass on any notes to you about his conversation with Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Because in that meeting, he told us exactly what I said, and I was kind of wondering, because if I had to do an open records request for that, or something along those lines, because, we go to trial on pre-trial is 2nd of November. So, I gotta.
I don't think that he would have kept those notes
Okay.
in any way that we would be able to retrieve them. No, sir. It was just a one-on-one conversation you had with him in his office?
Yes, and the assistant city manager and the secretary.
Yeah, I don't think that they would have recorded those notes.
Okay,
I can take a look and see what's
Yeah.
in the office.
okay. But that was kind of a great disappointment. I mean, here we're thinking we're doing okay, and then all of a sudden we get a citation.
Sure.
And I would say something about the compliance officers. They're great people. I mean, I have zero complaint against them. They're good people, and they've been upfront with me and with all our situations. So we have no complaints. I don't have any really complaints about anybody except the code. And once again, you're going to ask about our compliance. Well, our compliance was us because we were within the 100 feet, and nobody else is within 100 feet of us. So, that's-
So your coop was outside of the 100-foot distance?
No, it's within.
So you would have, even by the old ordinance, you would have been
Yeah, I
in
was
violation.
violation because of
Yeah.
us. And it's 5 feet from my garage,
Sure.
which is unoccupied. And, I'm exactly 28 feet from my coop. I did get that measurement. So, I just want to, personally, I think the fence line is good because, like I say, my property doesn't border on anybody's next to a inhabited dwelling. So, that's where we kind of stand with our situation. And I realize everybody else is different. And as far as the chicken run goes, I think it's okay. I mean, I have one already, so it's already built in. And one of the things I was planning on doing is rebuilding my chicken coop, which, I was gonna wait till all this is over before I start spending money. I mean, it's not cheap. I mean, I don't know how much a sheet of 4x8 is. It's because I was going to plan to build a 4x8 by probably 6 foot high chicken coop.
Yeah.
Which would make it convenient for us since I built the first one, and it's okay because it's just I want to do something a little bit better.
Yeah.
We got some good chickens out there, and I haven't threatened to take them down the pipe pies lately, so they're still laying. So. But anyhow, that's about all I have to say, and hopefully we can get this worked out soon.
I think so.
I hate to see it keep dragging on.
I don't think it'll drag past tonight.
So anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Any other person want to speak on the chicken ordinance before council? Yes, sir, Mr. Pennington. Before Mr. Pennington speaks, come on, Mr. Pennington. Councilman Osteen reminded me about our bird sanctuary, that we're a bird sanctuary. And I asked Gus to kind of address that issue.
Yeah, so the city of Lamarck has been designated a bird sanctuary, I believe, since the 1970s. Generally, that's in the Lamarck ordinances. So generally, the the city has a policy of, not, but it generally tries to preserve bird habitats and both birds that are here naturally and migratory birds as they transfer through the county, north and south. So,
Does that have any bearing on the ordinance that we are considering tonight?
Not really. The city is free to amend its ordinances as it chooses.
Okay, very good. David?
David Pennington, 924 Cypress. I've been listening to a lot of this stuff all day. It seems like we've kind of gone full circle from where we were back to where we started again. One thing I'd like to say, Mr. Carlson said that he thinks that the measurement should be from the nearest residence. I disagree with that. I think it should be from the property line. And the reason for that is just hypothetical situation. Let's suppose that someone next to me has a 90 by 100-foot yard, but they decide to put their chicken coop right next to my fence because I'm still 25 feet from my fence. I think it needs to be from the property line as opposed to from the nearest residence or occupied building or whatever it was. Where else do I go from here? Y'all had talked about a chicken run. I think you need to keep the chicken run requirement in there. We discussed free ranging chickens here at the last council meeting, and people were opposed to that. And I still think that people are opposed to it. And by putting in a catch-all, well, if you got a fence, that's okay. That's not a chicken run. I think we need to keep the chicken run in, just like we talked about at the last meeting. Also, the number of hens. Now, we still left in here in the current proposal, 25 per lot. I still think that's an awful lot of chickens. Remember I told you last time, chickens on the average lay about 5 eggs a week. So if you got 25 chickens, that's 125 eggs a week. That's over 10 dozen eggs a week. And before Councilman McCall says anything, I know that there are times of the year when chickens don't lay as much as they normally do. But I also read that there are chickens who lay 2 eggs a day. That's not uncommon. And it's even possible for them to lay 3 eggs a day. It's a little more rare, but it does happen. So the average of 5 days a week is just the lowest number I could find, and that's what I used. But that's still an awful lot of eggs. Anybody eats 10, family that eats 10 dozen eggs a week, I got to question that a little bit. What are you doing with that many eggs coming from that many chickens? So I really think we need to limit. I know it's going to be limited by space. You can only have so much space per hen.
Keep going.
Oh, okay. But I really think that we need to limit the number of chickens as well. Section C, it should be unlawful for any person to keep, harbor, permit, or maintain roosters within the city. I brought this up at the last meeting. You got hens that crow. Ms. Brown has said it. Ms. McAuliffe has said it. It's going to be an issue. And if you don't address it now, you're going to be coming back in another 2, 3, 4 months to address it again. If you don't spell it out, somebody's going to say, I don't have any roosters. I got hens and hens don't crow. And what are you going to do? There's not going to be any recourse. So I really think you need to specifically address that in this new ordinance. The other item I have a problem with is item F1, last sentence where it says, there shall not be a fee for a permit. Now, I brought this up at the last council meeting. I think there should be a fee. I don't think it needs to be unreasonable. I think it just needs to be something that covers the cost of the inspection to go out and inspect the coop and the area, the yard and everything, and enough to cover the administrative fee for having to file for the renewal each year. Last council meeting, I brought to your attention all the different fees, not all of them, but most of them, that the city requires. Alarm fees, $20, rental unit registration fees, $100, coin operated machines, music redemption machines, $100 or $1,000 per machine, heliports, $1,000 inspection fee every year. You're requiring the same inspection on the people that own chickens that you're requiring of these other people. Now, I heard a while ago, somebody say, I think it was you, Ms. Yancey, that said something about, well, we'll have a fee for the first year, and then you won't have them for any more. All of these are annual fees that are required by the city charter, or the code of ordinances, I'm sorry, code of ordinances. So why would the people who own chickens be exempt when the rest of these individuals are continuing paying an annual fee when you have the same requirements? Now, maybe some people who take care of their chickens are not going to need an inspection every year. But there are going to be some people who do not take care of them, who are going to be a problem, and it's going to require 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 visits a year to get them right. So I think that it's going to average out whatever the fee is. I'm thinking maybe $30 a year would be a reasonable price. That equates out to $2.50 a month. I think most people would be able to afford that. They're probably saving that much money in eggs. So I really think there needs to be a fee associated with the registration permit. You know, when I moved to Lamarque, I moved into a city. I didn't move into the country. And I think that's something that we need to consider here. The people who have chickens are a small minority of people that live here in Lamarque. Most of the people here do not own chickens. A lot of them do not want chickens. And I think we're pretty much putting this into a geographic location because it's mostly going to be on the east side of Lamarque. All the new development on the west side are subdivisions which have HOAs, which prohibit having fowl or chickens over there. There are some areas that you can still have chickens, I understand that. But I think that most of this is going to affect the east side of Lamarque. And I think that we need to consider all the people in Lamarque. Now, I'm not opposed to these people having chickens. I'm not saying that at all. But I think we need to have some strict enforcement before it gets out of hand. I mean, even by their own admission here, these people have admitted that they knew there was a 100-foot rule, but they still put chicken coops in there. I mean, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but the fact is they were violating the law and they knew it. We have to have laws to govern everyone around here. And we have to abide by all the laws. We can't just pick and choose which ones we want to have. And I think we need to be very specific with this ordinance. And I don't think we need to be coming back every 3, 4, 5, 6 months updating it. But we have to consider all the people around here. You know, I don't know if you remember this, Mayor, you're the only one on council then. Remember when I came before this council and talked about trying to get a noise-free zone to have the trains keep from honking their horn between the hours of 11 at night and 7 in the morning? Well, that didn't go very far. But there was a gentleman who got up and spoke after I did. And he made the statement. He said, you know, he said, if that man didn't want to listen to the train horn so much, he should have bought a house further away from the railroad tracks. And that's exactly right. He was exactly right. I didn't know there was going to be that many trains going by when I bought the house, because when I bought it, there's only about 3 or 4 a day. But I mean, maybe these people need to think about that. If you want to have a farm, if you want to live in a rural area, maybe they should have bought property or lived someplace, Santa Fe, Oklahoma, unincorporated areas of Galveston County. And I'm not telling these people to move. I mean,
Sure.
I don't want them to feel like they have to move or anything, but they need to be considerate of the majority of the people that live here that don't want chickens and don't want them next to them. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, David. Does anybody have any questions for David? Casey? You have any questions for David?
No questions. Thank you,
All right,
David.
Michael?
No questions.
Kim?
No question.
Joe?
No.
Thank you, David. Any other persons wishing to speak? Yes, sir. You may approach. Name and address, sir.
My name is John Brown. I live at 917 Cypress. We're neighbors. I'm totally on the opposite side. As stated before, we live next to the train track, and in comparison to the train, chickens are nothing. I have dogs in my neighborhood, pit bulls that run the street. They're loud. They bark all times of the night. My chickens do not. We moved to the area recently, so I'm one of those people who moved to the city. However, I chose to live between the tracks because I knew that there was free range chickens. I knew that there was geese. I knew that there was turkeys. I chose that location because the ordinance said, and I am in compliance. Yes, I am. However, I will not be in compliance with your new rules because currently it says from a habitation, now it will say from a fence. So I put my chickens next to an empty lot in order to not bother other people. Your new ordinances will force me to move my chicken coop to the center of my yard. I have a wonderfully large yard. I have choices, but your question earlier, a 50-foot yard, if you got 25 and 25, she was right. There's just no possible way. And then once you add in the 13 square foot per chicken, because it is 13, it's 3 for the coop and it's 10 for the, your 25 chickens would take 375 square feet. So most people will never have the 25 chickens. Back to the previous thing. If you move to the area, the renters, and you already know there's chickens there, you're foolish for renting the place. That just makes sense. So you already had rules. You're changing the rules. Maybe you should grandfather some people in. Maybe that would help work some of these things out. Chickens live for 5 to 7 years. Most of the people who have chickens have had them for a few years. It's not going to be a long-term problem. That's my statement.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Does any person have a question? I'm sorry, sir. What was your last name again?
John Brown.
Mr. John Brown. I should have remembered that. That is a famous name. Casey, do you have any question for Mr. Brown?
No, not at all.
Michael?
No question.
Kim? Joe? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
One last statement. It's
Yes,
about
sir,
the
go ahead.
guineas and the other birds.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I personally, once again, the guineas are much softer than the train. I have issues. We're going to start getting parrots. We're going to start, how far are we going to go with this? Because parrots are much louder than the guinea and the turkey. Peacocks, much louder. So how far do you want to go? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other person that would like to address council on this chicken ordinance?
Sorry, is this first reading or the second reading? Are we coming back, are we trying to solve this tonight?
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna,
It's still the
Yeah.
first reading.
yeah, we're gonna do something tonight on it. We're still in the workshop, however,
Okay,
but we're gonna try to do something tonight on it.
okay, just one, kind of with what he said. Like I said earlier, most of the people that live around me are renters. In fact, all but one house, I think, are renters. And if they come to see the house to rent it, they know there's chickens and they choose to live there. So why would I, as a property owner, then need to get their permission?
Well,
this situation that he kind of described is different, because like everybody already knows. And the one lady that does own her house, who's in her 90s, I believe, you know, we've been there forever and had chickens for forever. So I understand what Casey meant when she said it. Like, it's obvious, like, we want to be courteous and kind to our neighbors to make sure that they are okay with it. And I totally, like, to some extent, like, I can see that with like brand new chicken owners especially, but those of us that have already had them, our neighbors know about it, or like new runners that are coming in, they're gonna see them and know. If they don't want to live near chickens, then don't live near the chickens. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
So I think there's just a point where you put a little bit too much government regulation onto what we're doing with our own property.
I do. I think that the only reason you would need to get under this discussion, permission from your neighbors is if you didn't have a designated chicken run. If you had a designated chicken run, then there's nothing a neighbor can say to
So
you.
now so it's different. So if we don't have a designated, so it's gonna be separate now. If we don't have a designated chicken run, we
You,
need permission. If
we-
we do, we don't.
when you came up here the first time,
I'm just confused.
that's because we keep trying to pull things out of the ordinance and we're slowly trying to walk it back to what it was. That's why we keep going in circles. So the ordinance, the way it reads, has a chicken run.
Yeah.
You said something to the effect that your chickens are good for pest control and things of that nature. You said a chicken run would make it muddy and dirty, and it would be harder to maintain.
Smaller attached.
Right. And you said, why can't my fence be my run? That's what you said. Casey said, okay, well, let's try to compromise. And if that's the case, then you need to get permission from all of your neighbors for your yard to be your run.
Right.
Right?
I mean, but technically they have a run. So that was my thing.
They have a run inside of your yard? Or are you saying your yard is your run?
I've separated my
Okay.
yards. They have a specific chicken.
But she says they go outside. of her
But
run
sometimes they hop
sometimes.
over into the garden and eat pests.
I'm not Chase, nor am I Kathleen, but I will say, if you have a run and the chicken hopped over, if I was a code enforcement officer, I would take into consideration that you have a run and it looks like the chicken hopped
So then
over.
we use that.
But that's just me. I'm not
reasonable-
Kathleen and I'm not Chase.
Then we use that reasonable kind of determination. as far as the-
That would be me.
Okay.
But then I'm not either of those persons. So
I
you
just-
won't
while
see
we're
me.
Talking about it, I
Yes,
just want to
ma'am.
make sure we're sort of a little clarified, because we're gonna have to go through and,
Mhm.
move some things probably and, go file for a permit or what
Sure.
have you and stuff like that. So I just want to be like,
Sure. You're on good ground, Alana. You
Okay,
are.
cool.
We got to get this right. We got to make sure everybody's questions are answered so that not only will everyone here know, but all of you talk to other people. So you'll have to share this information with other chicken owners and things of that nature.
so we're gonna do a chicken workshop.
This is
We're
it.
working the
No,
chickens.
no.
You're talking
After
after
this,
the ordinance. you're
we're
gonna-
gonna do a chicken workshop so that people in the city
All
are
right.
aware of the new things that are
Right,
going on.
that's a good thing. to
And
keep in
like,
mind.
Absolutely.
Sort of promote it out
Right.
that way. If you do want them, you
Right.
are now aware, and then we can walk you through, maybe help you through
That would be a great thing for KLMB to do.
Yeah. that's
And
what-
I was, you know
That's
what?
I was saying.
Great minds think alike, Casey.
Right here, you know,
Because I was getting ready to say that's actually a project for Keep Lamarck Beautiful.
So I got like, that's why I want to be kind of crystal clear, because me
Yeah.
and Kathy were just whispering about it a little bit ago. Like, maybe after this is done and settled, we can start a thing for KLMB to help other citizens walk through, because it can be confusing, and if we can get it down, then we can help other people get it down.
I totally agree.
And maybe, help people move their 900-pound coops a few feet. I'm just saying.
Now that-
You did very good, Alana. You did very good. Go ahead, Ms. Keith.
Okay, Kathy Heron Keith, 56 Barondo Pines. I'm going to make this short and sweet. Out of this whole new thing that y'all have got here. Really, the only thing that would be pertinent that should be in the ordinance would be page 9C through E. That's it. That's the simple, that's the basics. Gets rid of all permits, the inspections, all this stuff about where the fence line is as opposed to the house. Let's get back to common sense. You know, I can't help it if people don't have reasonable sensibilities. That's an issue, and we don't have enough mental health care in Galveston County. So let's go on with that. But right there, C through E, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Any other persons wishing to speak?
She said C through E.
We did talk about removing that one, right? And talk about property or.
Occupied dwelling.
Occupied dwelling, 25 feet from
Uh-huh.
the occupied dwelling, right, okay, of the neighbor, not rural, right, okay.
Any other persons wishing to speak? Thank you all very much. You all did very well. I believe that you've given us as much information as we possibly can handle, pro and con.
I can email you more if you would like.
I know that you can. I know that you can. We live in a country, we're getting ready to turn this over to the council. We do live in a country whose foundation is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So it would not be in the spirit of that to prohibit any member of our community from owning chickens, if chickens make you happy. The other side of that is the people who don't own chickens obviously have that same right. So we have to find as best of a middle ground that we possibly can. So I anticipate that is what the council is about to do. And so because we are already at 7 o'clock, let's see if we can try to gain some consensus, council, on some of these issues. I have written down 4 of them. And there may be more, but the 4 that I have are the distance, the feet, whether or not it'll be from a structure to a structure or a fence. That's one. The second one is the run. The third one is the permit fee. And the fourth one is the amount of chickens. There may be more. We can add to those if we need to. But let's see if we can get some consensus on the feet. The amount of distance between the coop and the fence, or the coop and another structure that is not on that property. Does anybody have any preference on council? Should the distance be to the fence, from the coop to the fence, or should the distance be from the coop to an adjacent structure that's not on the same property? Casey?
It's my belief that it should be the distance should be measured to the nearest occupied building.
Nearest occupied building. Michael?
I agree with that. That way it lets people have, that may otherwise be excluded from chickens, have chickens, but still respect other people's rights.
Kim?
I don't have a problem with the nearest occupied building. I would still like to see 50 feet.
Okay,
That's
but
what
you're
best
good
practice.
with
I'm
the
good with
nearest
occupied.
occupied building. Okay, Joe?
And as I mentioned earlier, I'm District B, the feedback there, a bit more open areas as David Pennington was mentioning, different circumstances, east side versus the west side, and more space. I'm also cognizant of, and I was just refreshing my memory on the proposed legislation that the House did end up passing, but it didn't have time to pass the Senate by substantial, and that does not have any distance requirement. So I'm going to, my preference is there don't be no distance requirement. I don't want to visit this again.
Okay.
Well, even though the house and the state may have passed no distance, that doesn't hinder the cities or counties
No,
from putting
but
distance.
this trumps us.
So,
This
no,
trumps-
we can make it more strict. The
No.
county and city can make it strict.
No, just, I'll send it to you. And
Let's,
Gus has it too.
Unless it says it in the bill that says 0 feet, a county or city may make it more restrictive.
Yes.
So if there's nothing in that state ordinance,
Are you listening
It
to
says
that?
there shall be no restrictions on.
that's what I was saying. If that state bill, that House bill says 0 feet restrictions, then we don't have an ordinance with that feet restriction.
Exactly.
Right, that's what I was saying.
But wait a minute, because those type of ordinance are for rural areas, correct? Typically, those types of house bills.
No,
are for
this is the
rural
whole,
areas.
this is all the state of Texas.
No, the one, and Joe's right, the one that came through and didn't make it all the way through, there's every intention for that to come back up.
Hasn't passed,
It didn't pass.
It passed the House.
Right.
but it
It
hasn't
didn't
passed
pass
the
the
Senate.
Senate.
Right.
And
All right, so
they're
there you
gonna
go.
try to
Bam,
push it
didn't
again.
pass the
Okay,
Senate.
So let's let Gus weigh in on it. Go ahead,
Has
Gus.
not passed.
So the Councilmember Compion is correct. It did not pass the Senate. The legislature, the next regular session will be 2023. The legislature is currently in a special session right now. The governor has the absolute right to put whatever he wants on the agenda for the special session, and only items he puts on the agenda may be heard at the special session. Currently, the thought out of Austin is that redistricting is the main one, and there's some talk of allocations of American Rescue Act funds. All that to say, this chicken ordinance or chickens in urban settings is not on the special session agenda. So likely the earliest it would be heard, it would come up again would be 2023.
Right, so we'd be good for 2 years.
Okay. Okay, let's, so since we've said that we would prefer it be to the next occupied structure, the next question is, then do we keep it at 25 feet? Do we go to 50 feet? Casey,
25 is my belief.
Michael,
25.
Kim,
I disagree, 50.
Joe?
Once again, my preference is no restriction. I want to go with the minimum amount of restriction.
Okay.
And I think 50 is a compromise for this whole chicken debate. For us to go from 100 feet all the way to no feet, I think that's gonna put us right back where we were. We've got to start doing things that are best practices for cities that look like us.
I understand that, but
I mean, you can disagree. I'm just saying, I'm just making my point.
No,
We
I
disagree.
understand.
I'm just saying that we are a city that desires to be a city. Though we are unique, to have chickens, we're just trying to get some order with our chickens. We do have chickens running around. Whether people want to admit that or not, we do.
Right.
We do have some issues with them being a nuisance. Because in my district, I've gotten those complaints. So that's why I said we can't go to no fee. I think 25 is cutting it too close. I think based on the information that we've had, a compromise and according to best practices is 50, but I'm just one vote. Let the record reflect the district A said 50.
Okay, the record is reflecting that. We have, here's the issue for me. 25 feet from the property line, or 50 feet from the next occupied structure. I think that if we're talking about the next occupied structure, then 50 feet is something that we ought to be able to accommodate. If we're talking about the coop being not from the property line, Alana,
No.
from the next occupied structure.
I understand. 50 feet is in my general area over there on my side of the tracks. 50 feet is the width of one of our properties. So you'd have to have a full entire extra property in between your coop and the other house.
So your coop is less than, your coop is less than 50 feet from your neighbor's house.
Yeah, my property width,
Okay,
not like, my
Okay.
property width is about 53 feet.
so your coop is less than 50 feet from your neighbor's structure,
nearest
not property
occup-
line,
not
but
your
from their
house.
structure.
Yes,
Oh, Ms. Keith, when you had chickens, was your coop less than 50 feet from your neighbor's structure?
Yes, my house is
Okay.
less than 50 feet from my neighbor's house.
Fair point. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Brown, you're in the same situation?
I'm good. My last point.
Okay,
But the new rule, if it was to go to the fence, I don't have any neighborhood.
gotcha.
But we're
Okay,
talking about
okay.
the coop, right? The coop.
We're talking about the coop, the coop.
50
coop.
feet from the nearest occupied building, correct?
Correct. And
That's a
Ms.
lot.
Keith is
Mhm.
saying that that's impossible in her neighborhood.
Right, most lot sites are 50 feet in the older parts of town. So if we go 50 feet, that's what I'm saying.
But it's not the house, it's the coop.
Right,
The coop.
right. They're
has
not
to
gonna
be
have enough
50
distance.
50 feet from the neighbor.
Right,
on
they're,
either
they're not
side.
gonna have that
Other
much
neighbor,
distance.
and then-
Yeah,
then we would, for the whole state farm, you'd have to have an entire lot in between the coop
Mhm.
and the house.
exactly.
Your property, my property is 50 feet. It basically in between.
Yeah, I've been
the
there.
houses.
Mhm. Yeah, so if you live-
There's just no way.
Sure.
5 feet, I could put them in the middle or get some strong people to help me push it a little bit and then make, it'd be where it needs to be.
Okay,
Right.
we're gonna hear Kathleen and then we'll hear Mr. Brown. Kathleen. Talk to us about lot size. The debate is 25 versus 50 feet from the neighbor's occupied structure. If it were 50 feet, we're hearing that it would be nearly impossible for any reasonable homeowner to own and enjoy chickens. Is that true?
I agree with that. Most of the older lots in Lamarck are 50 by 100.
Okay,
Some are 60 by 120. Some are less, some are a little bit more, and I think Jen can agree with me on that.
Okay.
But most of the lots, the original lots are 50 by 100. If you look at your new subdivisions, most of those are 50 by 100.
okay. Thank you.
So, and I'm just gonna say this, what it proves is that Rashard's point is right. Most people were in non-compliance. Because if the rule was 100 feet, the original rule was 100 feet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So most people were not in compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, just about everybody wasn't in compliance because it left so much vague description, like their own home, they were violating so I mean, like, basically, almost everybody was in compliance, it was in violation, right, Kathleen?
Right.
Mr. Brown, do you want to speak?
I have clarification question. You keep saying coop, but does that include the run? Because that really makes a big difference when we're talking about.
Yeah.
Every time you say coop, if the coop is on one side of the run, it changes the whole story.
Yeah.
And you need to be really clear about which one.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and this is just me, I'm one person trying to navigate this. I'm thinking coop. I'm thinking this part deals primarily with the coop.
I do have to say, I think that will, if I heard Mr. Brown correctly, if he was questioning, like, are we just talking about coop or are we talking about coop and run in terms of the distance from the next? I think we should be talking about just any enclosure, because if we're talking about the coop itself, we're requiring that people have a run, right? Because no chicken owners should keep their chickens in a coop 24/7. Those would be very unhealthy, very sad chickens. So that we're requiring a run. But that's going to be where they are for most of the day, which would arguably be one of the times they would be the most potentially bothersome to their neighbor.
Yeah.
And so I think really we're talking about the coop and the run here.
Then you run into an even larger issue though, when you expand it to that.
Yeah, because we're talking about a bigger area.
A specific space for your chickens, and they need to have a healthy enough space. And then those of us who have most of us who have regular lot sizes of say 50, 100 feet,
Yeah, my 50
it doesn't,
feet. The reason why I say 50 feet was based on a coop. If you add the chicken run, you're gonna have to say 25 or say nothing at all.
Yeah.
If you add the chicken run, that's totally different. Because your chicken run could go that way, it could go, you know what I'm saying? Just depends on your yard and how it's built.
Yeah,
My
that's a good
run
point.
It encompasses the coop.
Right.
So like a coop is in the middle,
Right.
a run is.
Right.
Is around it.
Right.
So they have an
Right.
area.
Right.
And even though I have 16 chickens, you couldn't really tell I have that many by driving by. Like it doesn't look, I don't look like I have 4 chickens or anything
Yeah.
like that. They have space. They're not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody's a chicken litters, but, and they don't make ruts up and down. They have the appropriate amount of space, and they're still, my fence line, my property line is still far enough away from my neighbor's home where they're not up against them as soon as they walk out of their doors. It's not against their gardens. Like, it's an appropriate, in from what me and from what I have gathered from my neighbors, from, you know, fiddling around talking to them and giving them yards of lunch and eggs and stuff like that, like that's, it's not bothersome to them. Like my, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because some runs are just straight little spots, and that's okay for, you know, a couple chickens. If you get a couple more, then you need a little bit more space, and, you know,
Yeah.
it's better to have more space for animals like dogs, you know, anything like that. Like, the more the merrier, more space the merrier.
Yeah.
Once you get into that, then we're into a, but the person that's gonna promote the most odor, if it's not taken care of properly, it's gonna be a poop. So if you really want to make those impact to feel with smell, nuisance, you want the coop to be a certain amount of feet away from other people's homes.
Yeah, so either we're gonna go 25 foot with, to Casey's point, with coop and run. Sounds like Kim is willing to go along with that, or we're gonna go something else with just a coop. What do y'all prefer? Coop and run, Casey?
I mean, I don't know. I think I am concerned about setting a limit that feels somewhat arbitrary, and that, as we've discovered so many times through this discussion, realizing later on, like, well, actually, that's not really reasonable for a lot of property owners. I don't know if 25 feet even would still get us in that same position. You know, in all honesty, I feel the way Joe does, which is I don't want there to be any distance requirements at all. I'm just trying to work in the spirit of compromise.
Okay, sure.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I know
We're
that's
getting
not,
ready to solve this riddle right now.
Right now.
Carlson, 25 feet coop and run, yes or no?
I'm going 25 feet just for the coop. Let the homeowners have their own run however they want. Every picture that I've seen, everything I've read about on the internet,
would it somehow get to the same spirit of compromise, but still not restrict so many property owners if we did away with like the distance from someone's home completely, and we went back to the property line limit, but we just made it much
No.
smaller?
I don't agree with that. I think we leave it 25 feet from from the nearest occupied residence.
Mhm.
And then, like I said, all the readings and all the pictures that I've seen, the coops are, Alana's a little different. She said she's got her coop, her run different. But everything I've seen, everything I've read is the coop is attached, literally attached to the coop.
The run is attached.
The run is, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, the run is attached to the coop. And a lot of the pictures make the coop look better than my house. Because it's got the run underneath.
Yeah, most
Right.
manufactured ones
So-
are really, well, I mean, they're kind of like POSs, they'll fall apart really easily if you don't take care of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think 25 feet from the coop, we're talking coop, and then let the
Okay, well, then
homeowner.
let's go back to just coop then.
Yeah.
I would be in favor of that. I would be. That would eliminate it for me. I think we might run into some people who might have issues with that, but I do think it makes it cleaner in terms of we don't get caught up in all these other things. If it's 25 feet for the coop from the nearest habitated dwelling, then I am fine with that.
And let me just say for the record that the chicken that I've seen, there was not a chicken run. And I didn't see a coop. But I'll compromise on a 25, I guess. Because I think when we, after we look at it and do the second reading, it's still gonna be a matter of interpretation. So let's try to get it as tight as we can for code.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna probably get
the
told
first
off.
riddle.
I'll give you egg.
I'm just trying to get a standard. We just have to have a better standard. Now, best practices is 50, so you'll know. But cities that get the awards and best practices, the issue is 50. So,
First riddle has been solved, Gus. The distance.
Just so I could confirm. 25 feet.
25 feet of an occupied, the
Correct.
nearest occupied building.
Residence, nearest occupied residence.
Not the owners.
You want to say residence? Now that
Yes.
changes it because it's no longer occupied building. Now you're saying occupied residence.
Well, no, because some people
Because-
were putting the resident or the occupied building as a garage. That's not
No, that's not.
No,
that's
that
not-
That's
shouldn't
out of
be-
compliance anyway.
right. It should be defined as a residence.
People might
Particularly
call it garage
because,
a residence. I mean, that's just a matter of interpretation.
well, yeah, but people don't live in the garage. They're not supposed to be. People live above the garage, yes.
Okay, guys.
But generally,
occupied
residence.
Gus is, go ahead, Gus.
And it is the coop and the run, or just the coop?
Just the coop.
Just
Okay.
the coop only.
Okay. So 25 feet from the nearest occupied residence or business. Right? That takes care of that. And question 2, sounds like it's already answered. Run or no run?
Run.
Casey, run? You running?
I'm running.
Michael, you running?
Running.
Kim,
Yes, gotta have
Joe?
a run.
chicken run?
A requirement of a chicken run?
Mhm.
Yes, and FYI, I was just reviewing this, once again, this category is getting to me. The state bill is requiring 20 square feet per fowl in this discussion.
Wow.
And 20 square feet per fowl is what they're requiring. I'm just saying, but.
I would like to keep it at 10. I think that's really standard. Every animal husbandry book I have for keeping chickens, it says 8 to 10. But I would like to suggest, with the pleasure of the rest of the council, that we do change the height requirements.
Okay, we'll get to that, Casey.
Okay.
So we all gonna go with the run. Permit fee or no fee? That is the question.
I'll go with permit with the fee.
Permit with a fee?
I mean, with a fee.
Permit with a fee?
Permit with a fee.
Casey?
Permit with a fee, but I think we need to set a small fee.
Well, you started. How much?
I'd say a $30 fee.
I agree.
I'm fine with that.
Permit with the $30 fee. Is that a one-time fee? Is that a yearly fee?
Good Lord.
I'll
Probably-
go. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Casey.
I would say it probably makes sense for it to be annual.
Annual?
I'm good with the first time and then 15 every year after.
That works for me.
Kim?
I'm gonna abstain from that, but it doesn't matter to me.
Either way, you good?
Wow.
Joe?
I like what Michael is proposing.
30 for the first year, 15 for subsequent years.
Mhm.
Amount of chickens. There are 25 chickens in the ordinance as it reads in our information in our packet. How many chickens, Casey? Oh, wait a minute, let's start with Joe. How many chickens, Joe? Joe says he has no idea.
I'm clueless. They're really.
Okay. Kim, you wanna weigh in on how many chickens?
I think we said 10, right? That's what
The
we
ordinance
said.
says 25 right now.
Oh, that's
Up,
just.
up to 25.
Up to 25, yeah.
Yes, there is a square footage requirement to have chickens. To accommodate larger lots in the city of Lamarck, there is a cap of 25.
Oh,
But if
okay.
you have a smaller lot that you need 10 square feet per hen, that
Oh, okay.
you could only have 5. Then that would be.
Oh, I'm fine with that because it's based on the lot size.
That's correct.
So 25?
Yeah, I'm fine.
25.
25, Casey? 25. All right. Well, there's one more issue that I know that Alana brought up. I think that we should strike where it says food storage requirements. Let's try to just go with non-permeable storage bins and take the metal out to see how far we get. Anybody have any objection to that?
Shouldn't there be, it's not only non-permeable, but something with
A
with
lid?
a latch of something that,
The latched ones often, sometimes aren't actually as secure as the ones that snap down. and
well, that's what I'm
don't
saying,
have
something that's
Yeah.
something that's not just a cover, but there's some sort of clasping or whatever.
It says these bins shall be lockable. What's that interpretation, Gus? Is that simply what Alana was saying, where they snap into place?
Yes, just something that is,
So it doesn't have
some
to have
sort of
a lock.
secure, yes, no,
Okay.
we don't need a
Lock.
key lock or anything like that, just
Okay.
something
that. So you
to.
can kick it over and it's fine to go.
Okay. Anybody have any heartburn on that?
Uh-uh.
All right, those are the only ones I had. Does anybody want to change anything else in this ordinance?
Well, I'd like to make
Go ahead,
sure
Joe.
that language is, that I've stated earlier, is that nothing in the passage of this ordinance is imposing upon or requiring a homeowners association or a plan development to authorize chickens in those developments.
You got that, Gus?
There's nothing along
Are you red marking those changes, Gus?
I am going to red line.
So when we get to the actual council meeting, by that time, Gus will have been able to red mark those changes.
Okay. they
So
bring it
that
back
he'll
for us, that's
just
it.
move through the ordinance and so that we can see the changes we made. Anything else on the chicken ordinance?
No, I
Yes.
just, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead,
No,
Joe.
I just
You're
want to
good.
say, what we witnessed, and though it did take some time, was what you call the democratic process. That, and the spirit of compromise. Some people got what they wanted, and I think we did a little bit of both. But unfortunately, it's gonna be hard to please everyone. And it did take some time, especially, but let's be careful how we characterize our city. Because there's always someone that's looking for negativity. And to be honest with you, the democratic process is not always pretty. It can look ugly, but it's also how we respond to what we just accomplished here. And I'm talking to you like a teacher now, so I tell my classmates, the test was hard, but we learned so much from it, right? So that's kind of, it felt hard, but we learned so much from this. One, we learned that our ordinance did not give any teeth or power to our code enforcement, because there was nothing in there that said they couldn't get chickens back. Now we have that, correct? We have that in the ordinance.
That's correct.
Right? And so I don't want anyone to feel like they lost. This was a win because we came together as a community, took our time, thanks to Joe Compia, no, to kind of try to come up with a good compromise. So even though the test was hard, it
We
feels
learned
good
so
to know that
much.
we did do it finally. So,
Don't have to redo an entire city video.
oh.
Carson,
Video that got chickens in it.
Carson, what you got?
Couple things. I think we need to put in there that it's also for the enforcement, that it's complaint based, that's complaint driven versus because right here, there's no way to really say, I mean, there's nothing in here that says, how are we gonna initially start something? Is it just gonna be code enforcement driving by and going, hey?
Well, they have to, I
Or is
think,
it someone calling in
I
to
thi-
complain about it?
I think they have to register first. I think we have to, once the ordinance is passed, we communicate to every citizen through various platforms that we have.
Okay, but once they get the permit though, Mayor.
Then it has to,
if-
then it will be complaint driven, yes.
Right, right. I
Yes.
think there should be something in there saying, once they're permitted,
Yeah, I got
it's
you.
gonna be complaint driven.
Gotcha.
So that way Kathleen and her team doesn't go around wasting time driving, chasing chickens.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you have something you wanted to say, Kathleen? Could you approach so that the people at home can hear you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mayor.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And then Ms. Keith, I saw that you wanted to speak as well. Yes, ma'am.
As you said earlier, as in the rental registration that we do every year and they pay their permit fees every year, we send a letter out reminding them 2 months ahead of time that's coming up, December 31st. This would be pretty much the same, where a database would be kept of all the chicken owners, per se. And the permits, and they would get letters.
Right.
And then as we came upon code violations or other cases and we would see them there, then we would do like we do rental registration, send them a letter and ask them, here's our ordinance. You need to get your chickens registered.
So you don't have that many chicken owners in the city, right? So you could,
That's the point. We don't-
you know, I would think that you could theoretically break this down as far as their annual inspections on a monthly basis, and you may be doing maybe 15 to 20 a month versus trying to do them all in 1 month or 2 months, and that would, you know, be a real big challenge for you.
Well, luckily with the rental registration, we don't have to do inspections. With this, this would be, we could manage this probably. But every day I hear more people that say there's more chickens that live here than I thought did.
Yeah, it is.
So
I know of 84 chicken owners in the park right now.
84, that's not bad.
It's just becoming more popular.
It is,
as-
it
as
is.
The younger
Yeah,
generation.
yeah.
Like as the younger generation. moves
So that's
away
like 7 inspections a month if you break it down.
more towards urban homesteading.
Right, you are.
Yeah.
Gen Zs love chickens. Millennials and
year.
Gen
They
Zs love chicken.
sustainability
Right.
and eco-friendly and being able to, you know, help themselves if the grid goes down. Like that's just.
And I did see a sign that said eggs for sale.
There's plenty of those all over town. Okay, I just wanted some clarification. Joe, with the mask, I couldn't hear when you were saying about the HOA, you said that this would not affect the HOA laws, correct?
Correct.
Okay, it wasn't that we'd have to get signed off from an HOA to get our permit. Okay, good. All right, as far as the infractions, when we discussed in workshop, y'all were saying 3 infractions and chickens could be taken away. What if infractions were something simple? I would say that if someone had done something so badly that their chickens needed to be removed from that situation, that should be you can't have chickens for 3 years or something like that. I wouldn't even give them that 3. If
Well,
it was
that
something
would-
that drastic, that dog or chicken or whoever was in imminent jeopardy, because that's what we do with our patients and our clients. I mean, if that's imminent jeopardy, they are out of there right then.
Well, that should fall under a health and safety codes and health and safety
Yeah.
laws. So we shouldn't even have to address that. I don't
Okay,
feel.
yeah, because when we were talking, like I said, it was 3 infractions and then, to not let them have it, trying to help out.
Obvious and that's obvious abuse for animals.
Yeah, if the animal's life is in danger or somehow, some way that those animals are endangering other folks' lives, I don't know how that would be possible, but let's say it would be. That to me is an immediate response.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Versus-
I wouldn't give them 3. I would
Versus
take
you
them-
didn't clean the floor, it hadn't been sanitized. That's something a little different.
Yeah, I
Yes,
just want clarification for that.
I think
Well,
we have an ordinance, our animal
Right.
cruelty ordinance.
Yeah.
on that
Yeah,
already.
I mean,
Yes, there are there are a myriad of animal cruelty laws that would address the immediate removal of animals that were removed.
Something else I wanted to see added or put in there is about, we talked about if they got 3 violations, the chickens would be removed, and we talked about putting a time restriction on it, 5 years, 10 years.
What's your
I'm
recommendation?
good with 5.
You good with 5? Casey?
I'm good with that.
Kim?
5, I'm sorry.
Joe?
I blanked out.
Hmm?
I blanked out. You
5.
said 5 what?
Okay.
5 what?
5 years. If
Oh,
they got their
5
chickens,
years.
yeah, if they got their
Oh.
chickens taken away.
Huh?
we don't have an impact.
Who would
Yeah.
remove them? How did they get removed? How did they get removed?
Animal cruelty, the animal control.
How did they get removed when the previous situation? I don't want to name names.
They were told to remove them for their violation.
But didn't somebody come off and clean? Didn't somebody show up at the house and remove things for that person?
Not the chickens, all the other stuff that was there. The chickens they removed willingly.
Okay.
So then if they're asked to remove them, good point. If they're asked to remove them,
It's the
then are we
residents'
talking about
responsibility.
every day they don't? We're talking about an ordinance violation and a $500 fine? You get that? Is that what you were trying to get us to say? Okay,
We can go and remove chickens.
Mhm.
okay,
And-
GARC won't do it either.
okay.
And make
I
it,
had to go get a rooster
From a house.
They don't have the ability to take care of those.
and make it the the residents' responsibility for removal.
Yes, once the permit is revoked under the ordinance, they would not be allowed to have chickens. So every day that they have one, it would be a violation.
A $500 fine every day.
Right, right. I think that needs to be spelled out in the enforcement part.
Because that's gonna keep you guys protected, right? Those that are doing the right thing, you are gonna be protected by some of the, there you go. Mr. Brown. You wanna approach or? People, we're trying to make sure people hear you.
One more clarification, already existing code violations, usually it's over a period of time, you get, say, I violated something to this year, but 2 years later, my tree's sticking over the road again. You wouldn't come and cut down my tree or any of those things because.
I got where you're going with
You have to have a limit, like, so if I have had chickens for 20 years and I get in trouble 1 year and I'm good for 7 years, and I get in trouble, I'm good for another 15 years, whatever.
Good point.
There has to be some time.
Good point.
Thank you.
Good point. So are we thinking that this happens over a year span? Are we thinking 3-year span or what are we thinking? Basically, the question is 3 strikes, you're out. Is that something that should be limited to a 3-year lifespan, a 1-year lifespan, or?
If you had the chicken owner, is that like,
Go ahead, quickly.
just like maybe about 2 years, especially.
Within a
with
2-year
chicken
life.
owners, They really, it's trial and error a lot of the times to get their bedding and all their stuff really in
Okay.
the right form. So 2 years, people should have their stuff down and be able to correctly take care of their animals in the appropriate manner and like.
Okay, Casey,
I'm agree with that. 2 years sounds reasonable.
Michael,
I'm good with 2.
Kim,
That's fine.
Joe, 2 years. Got it, Gus?
And the last thing, Mayor, is, are we going to specify about the guinea hens and ducks and other waterfowl? Because it's not in here.
I think we probably need to revisit that one, Michael. Next agenda, let's look at the other file.
Let's review all of our,
Yeah.
500-foot stuff earlier.
Yeah. That make sense?
Yeah, but I mean, I've heard a lot of opposition for the guinea hens especially. So,
Chickens, ducks, geese, and turkeys. We have those and nothing else.
no, because I know we have an ordinance against turkeys.
Let's see if we can revisit again not this ordinance, but the idea of what fowl do we want to have in our community? You know, what other cities are doing as far as that goes. Give us a little time to figure that part of it out. Because we got our hands full with this one.
Well, every other ordinance that I've looked at throughout the area has always addressed it in this ordinance. I've never seen another city talk about ducks in its own separate ordinance. It's always been tied to fowl.
Okay. Casey?
I mean, I would say that, based on looking at Austin's requirements, that is true. They define fowl as, these certain fowl. And then the understanding is any fowl that are not mentioned as permissible, they're not allowed and you would be in violation. I do think we need to look more into it because there are other things that come along with other animals. But I think if we were to keep it a very small list for now and know that we're going to come back to it, I would be okay with that.
So let me thank you, Casey. So Gus, this would be the first reading. On the second reading, could we then come back and if we needed to potentially add other file without
Such
actually resetting the whole process?
Yeah, the council can make amendments.
Right.
I mean, we wouldn't have to start back with the first reading.
That was my other question, Mayor.
Yeah,
between the first and second reading.
Yeah, if it's a major change, it would, yes, it's gonna depend on the type of change.
We're just talking about adding, are you just suggesting that we add certain types of fowl?
Right, a definition of, okay, we're gonna allow ducks, we're gonna allow regular hens, or we're gonna allow turkeys. I mean, we need, like I said, every other ordinance I've seen specifies what falls under fowl.
Would that require a new reading, or you think we'll be okay?
If it change, if anything big, major changes between the first and the second reading, when I have to put it in the caption that change has been made from the first and the second reading before the public hearing.
If it's just names of types of fowl,
That's kind of an attorney, I don't know.
what do you think, Gus?
Major change. That would mean.
I mean, it should be okay. My main concern is just how I'm going to change around the wording, because right now we just talk about hens, and it could definitely be changed. I'm not saying it can't, but I'm going to have to, I don't want a hen to refer to a goose and a duck.
Right, I just want to make sure,
That's my,
like everybody else, we get this right and not come back and visit it in 3 months, 6 months.
right.
And also, if you're gonna keep the same, do they have to have runs? Do they have to be, I mean, is it the same exact? part
Well,
that
we're not,
added?
yeah, well, we're not doing it right now then. I'm making a command decision. We've been talking about chickens for 3 to 4 months. No.
So we have solved and we have worked together a lot. So progress, right?
We've done a great job. And we all want to go home at some point before we die.
It's not really about.
Alana, can you ask Mr. Wilson to answer your question? Because you've been up here 38 times. I'm just kidding. Approach. I'm just teasing you. Approach.
It's just our question.
I'm teasing you.
And it's specifically about the three of us who were coded or I guess citation. Kind of especially me and Mr. Wilson at this point, because I know there's other issues with the other property. Behind Richard. Anyway, not my point. If we fall in line with this new code and, everything's together and all that stuff. And since it was so vague and it, for all that we knew for so long, we were in compliance with it. And then all of a sudden, like he said, he had a meeting with Mr. Jackson. He was told we were gonna, just wait and see it out. And then all of a sudden we get slammed with citations, and then we end up in court. And it was kind of a shock, not only to him, but to me. And I know you had mentioned something earlier about, I don't know, you guys and Chase and maybe working with the municipal judge or something, so that if we're in compliance, maybe we can work on getting them dismissed, since we didn't really do anything wrong.
I don't know that I said that. When did I say that? Maybe you're saying it differently than I said it.
I probably am saying it.
I'm
differently.
sorry.
You said it differently.
Let's just word it, since all this has been in works, will their charges and their fines be dismissed? I think they should, that's just what he says.
Okay, the only problem with that, it's a small problem, but it's a big problem.
I mean, it's through the.
When we
municipal
appoint a judge, then we can't tell that judge how to rule. That's illegal, right?
Okay.
So we can't say, hey, wave it away.
I didn't know of changing.
Yeah, but let me let Gus answer that from a legal perspective. But I do know these 5 folks can't say to Judge Pettyjohn, dismiss their cases.
That's kind of like, that's.
Yes,
kind of what
ma'am.
I'm saying. Okay.
No, we can't say that at all to a judge, just like we can't tell a police officer.
Right. How to enforce, how to do their job, how to rule, how to whatever.
Right.
I was just curious.
Well,
if
let's see if we can.
legally-
Sure.
Since Gus started on that mess.
Well, so first of all, Megan Jones, the municipal prosecutor, is here. So I will not be speaking to put words into her mouth. She's here for another agenda item
Yeah.
later tonight. But as I said, this ordinance is not retroactive. There are pending charges in the municipal court. I am not aware of those. I'm not aware of the details of those. But with what we can, the municipal prosecutor and code enforcement can work with those owners if they are in compliance with the new ordinance that is passed with management's directive, Chase's, and buy-off, we could work with that.
Okay.
What that looks like, I can't sit here and tell you tonight. I just can't.
No, that's, we just wanted a little bit of, since it was kind of a whoa to us when we were trying to we were told to wait it out. So, but thank you.
Yes, we will need direction from management.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, I have my.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Casey.
All right. Most of mine have been addressed, but I think, as I mentioned, the height requirements for both the coop and the chicken run, I would like to change those from their current description that says it's a 6-foot height requirement and change it to a minimum height requirement for both of them, that I think it would be more appropriate. If it's easiest to have them both the same, I think then it should be, a 3-foot or 4-foot minimum requirement. But I think it would be appropriate to have the coop be a minimum 3 feet in height and the run fence a minimum 4 feet in height. I'm sorry. Yes, that's what I meant.
The coop and the run, a minimum of 3 feet in height.
Yes, I think it makes most sense for the fencing, for a coop run to be 4. That's like what commercial fencing is for poultry fences and whatnot. It's usually around 4 feet. And then I don't think it's necessary for a coop to be 4 feet in height. I think it could be much
3 feet.
smaller. But if it makes it easier for them to just be the same, I would be fine with 4.
The coop 3 and the run 4.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Minimum coop, minimum 3, run minimum 4.
Minimum. I thought we said coop, minimum 4. She changed it to 3.
It could be 4. She said it doesn't matter. It could be 4.
I understand for it.
How about we do this? How about the coop minimum and the run minimum 4 feet?
That's what I'm saying. If that's easiest.
Anybody have any heartburn with that?
I'm good with 4 feet.
And then along with that, I think it would put us in the best, it would position us for the most success with our residents if we also say that the square footage requirement for the coop can be included in the square footage requirement overall for the run. Because like Carlson said, a lot of times, they're connected, right? And so chickens will be spending time in all of them. So that 10 square foot, that's a recommended footage for chickens for their run. I think it makes a lot of sense for that to also be coop space because they're going to be going in and out of that. So it's not that it needs to be 10 square feet per chicken in addition to the 3 square feet per chicken in the coop, because probably the coop's going to end up being in the coop space, in the run space. And for those homes that have limited space, I think, like property wise, I think it would set them up for the best success if they're able to set up a run with a coop in the middle and the coop square footage is counted in the overall space requirement.
Anybody have any heartburn with that?
I'm good with it.
Kim? Yo. All right, there it is. What else? What's next?
That's it.
Anybody else have any other changes to the chicken ordinance?
I would just
Go
like
ahead,
and Gus, see if this makes sense to you. I'm stuck on the definition of nuisance, having been served as a JP. I like some clarity, and I think would be helpful. But does this make sense to say that the purpose of passing this ordinance is to control odor? Is to control odor, noise, safety conditions, and sanitary conditions.
We can do that.
Just to, so we have people will understand what is it that the code inspector is going to be looking for.
You said noise, safety, sanitary.
Yeah, and what's the last thing? I forgot already.
Oh,
I would add health, safety, and health.
Safety, health. Oh, there was the noise, safety, the sanitary conditions,
odor.
and the odor, noise, safety, and the sanitary conditions. Yeah.
Got it, Gus?
Yes.
Any other changes?
There was one that I'm trying to recall in my head real quick.
I'm good. You said-
We struck the metal containers, right? Good. Okay, that's all I can think of.
Is that it?
Just make sure where it says a whereas within 100, that's you forgot feet. At least the one that's in the packet.
Oh, yes.
You forgot the word feet. 100 feet, it'll be 1,200, it'll be 25 feet now, but the feet just wasn't in there.
The word feet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, gotcha. Anything else? After 13 hours, 48 minutes, and 33 seconds, we have an ordinance we can vote on when Gus is done typing. Let's move on, guys.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
6B, and I'm gonna make this really quick. Discussion relating to possibly returning to 2 council meetings per month. I have visited with each and every one of you. I think that we're willing to do this, not necessarily eager to do it, just from my conversation. So let me make a deal with you. Can we make a deal, council? Anytime we table anything in our council meeting, it will trigger me to call a special meeting for that 4th Monday. Because we have been letting business go from month to month to month to month, like this chicken ordinance. And we have to be more efficient than that. So my proposal, since we don't necessarily want to go to 2 meetings a month, is that when we table, it triggers me to call a special meeting so that we can finish what we started in that month. How's that as far as a way forward?
I'm down for it.
You down for it, Kim?
I still don't like 2 meetings. I like having the one and I.
Well, let's stop tabling stuff then.
I don't take it.
No.
I like to get things done. It's for the record.
I'm teasing. Y'all know I'm
fine-
teasing.
I'm fine with that, Mayor. I just, I just want to make sure that that doesn't turn into 2 meetings, that we
Yeah,
have one.
we can keep the one. We just have to make sure that we're finishing our business. And there are times when we have to table.
Right.
But if we have to table, then a good council will, as best as they can, finish that business within that month. Isn't that right, Councilman Osteen?
Can I
Joe,
ask-
what do you think?
Well, just as long as I understand that, and that's the difference between past councils. I said it. I don't like this first reading, second reading scenario that historically has been part of this council. There has never been the discussion like we've just had. And that's what the purpose of tabling
Sure.
is to make sure that we have the opportunity to discuss back. So.
Sure.
And I will continue to urge items to be tabled if I don't feel that I'm ready or there's sufficient information.
And there's no problem with that, Joe. All we're saying is what we have to do. And I don't want you to take that the wrong way. I'm simply saying a table triggers another meeting so that we can finish the business. That's all I'm saying. So we don't have to wait till the next month.
3 months.
Yeah, but nobody wants you to not table things. We just saying, we all know that when we table, that means that we have to finish what we started. That's all we're saying. You good with that, Casey?
Yes.
All right.
Like I did.
That was really, really easy. All right, let's get to 7A, new business. Discussion relating to the recommendation regarding hiring Thomas Brocato with Lloyd Gosling to negotiate the new Gulf Coast Water Authority contract for Lamarck. Gus.
Yes, and the city engineer, Dan, is here as well to talk a little about the capacity issues facing the city of Lamar. I had previously sent the council a brief memo on some of the legal issues with this contract, but essentially the city of Lamarck buys all of its potable water from the Gulf Coast Water Authority. There are two lines. There's a north line and there is a south line. The Gulf Coast Water Authority constructed those lines with the sale of bonds and entered into contracts with the various municipalities. The city of Lamarck buys their water. The city of Galveston, WCID number 1, WCID number 8. There are others that do. Anyway, those bonds were to be repaid back, those bonds were to be paid back by the municipalities' ratepayers, and there are two agreements, one for the north line, one for the south line. The city of Lamarck's agreements expire in 2027 and 2022. The Gulf Coast Water Authority has decided that they want to renegotiate their agreements with all municipal customers effective immediately. The reason for it is essentially the current agreements allow any municipal customer the right to essentially veto a construction project because they can decide to not approve the issuance of bonds for the construction of new projects that would serve to increase the capacity of the entire system. Currently, Lamarck has contracted for about 2.7 million gallons per day. And I would ask Den to correct me here on my numbers if I'm wrong. Lamarck currently takes about 1 million gallons a day more than it is contracted for. Lamarck, of course, pays for that, but that is the only amount that Lamarck is contracted. But that 2.7 is what Lamarck has been allocated. And currently, because there is excess capacity, Lamarck is able to take more. With these new contracts, the Gulf Coast Water Authority is seeking to lower the threshold for municipal customers to object to the issuance of new bonds. And those agreements have gone out, drafts of those agreements. The city of, Chase, Dan and I have been meeting to decide how we're going to address those and taking the direction from council, while not on this issue specifically, but specifically to look to other cities with what they're doing and what their best practices are.
Right.
We have discussed, that's where hiring Thomas Brocato came from. Mr. Brocato has already been hired by the city of Galveston. The city of Galveston is the largest municipal customer for the Gulf Coast Water Authority. He has also been hired by WCID number 1. WCID number 1's director is Ivan Langford,
Right.
who Mr. Langford is the former director of the Gulf Coast Water Authority. So he would be able to provide us with invaluable knowledge on their operations and the inner workings of what's going on there. Also, Ms. Brocato represents the Gulf Coast Coalition of Cities, of which Lamarck is a member. This is an entity that works or represents the cities on ratepayer disputes with the Public Utility Commission. Mainly they focus on natural gas and electricity rates, although Mr. Brocato has recently represented the city of Sugar Land in its water negotiations. And so that, all that, and finally, of course, Mr. Mercado could not represent the city of Lamarck if it was going to have a conflict with any of the other municipalities or local government or WCID number one. To the extent any conflict is identified, that conflict on that issue would be negotiated by the city attorneys. But by utilizing Mr. Mercado, we also will realize some cost savings because his bills, while negotiating the same issues, will be split amongst all of his clients, not just one client paying each amount. So that's why we, based on all of that, and Den can speak more to this, but management's concern, or Chase's concern and Den's concern, is the fact that that the city of Lamarck needs to do this to ensure that it has enough water to continue growth. And I would defer to Den and Chase on if you have any questions about where capacity sits now and growth looking forward.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. As you recall, about a year ago, we went through this exercise of the issues with our water capacity as where it's at, and the losses that we have in our system due to just, over time, old pipes that's leaking and water loss. I think at that time we had a water loss of about 45% within the system. Part of the issue we're having is recently in the last year or so, Gulf Coast Water Authority installed new meters at the Orchid location and also at the line off of 1764. Those meters are much more precise, and the amount of water is registering is a lot more than what we had previously had, just due to the precision of those meters. With that being said, the recent amount that's being read through the system, we're close to over 1 million gallons over our allocation most months. It varies, obviously, summer months, seasonal wise, but for the most part, we're over a million. So yes, we do have some challenges. Part of this agreement is so that Gulf Coast Water Authority, we can negotiate. Mr. Mercado has worked with the municipalities, the small city municipalities, which represent the municipal client in this area, to work through an agreement in negotiation with GCWA, I guess. And part of that is to offset the cost of the legal fees associated with it, with Galveston and WCID number 1 and number 8. I think
I believe there are a couple of other entities that are considering joining. Of course, League City gets most of their water, I believe, from the city of Houston.
So this is just authorization so that they can start working through that. What we know is Gulf Coast Water Authority is proposing to sell additional bonds to do maintenance and repairs and upgrade their existing system. That cost would have to be approved by the smaller cities. And in order to do that, as part of that, they want to renegotiate this agreement as well. So.
And those bonds would come back to council for approval.
Okay.
We are not signing away the right to.
Okay. This is just securing someone to negotiate on our behalf.
That's correct.
Any questions, council?
I have some questions.
Okay.
So
Go ahead,
just, you gave 2 years, Gus. You said 2027 and you said 2022. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So there are 2 different agreements.
Okay.
The south line is covered by one agreement and the north line is covered by another. One, I believe the south line is the newer line, I believe, and it expires in 2027, that agreement. The north line is 2022, is the expiration of those. And as Dan had said, the Gulf Coast Water Authority wants to issue new bonds now, essentially. And so they're wanting to renegotiate now
Now, what's the purpose of the bonds?
for maintenance and which bonds?
The Gulf Coast Water Authority. bonds.
The original ones or the? new?
No, the one they want to issue.
To upgrade their facilities. It's at the Marque plant, but also at the headworks, where at the Brazos. Because they pump water from the Brazos, put it in the canal system, and it takes from the canal system, goes traverse through Fort Bend County, Missouri County, and then into Galveston County. And that water is used to raw water from that point is used and treated at the Marque plant to serve our system up at Orchid.
And if you know, the cost of water, you said League City gets their water from the city of Houston.
Yes, sir.
The cost of water wholesale, I guess I'll use the term wholesale for lack of a better word, to the cities, is there a significant difference between the price of water from the city of Houston versus Gulf Coast?
I'm not privy to that because I don't know what the cost of water from the Gulf Coast water from the city of Houston. I know the way our contract is structured is through bonds. We're basically own a part of the system as by buying water from them. But what they're trying to go to is more of a cost base, how much you take versus the cost of the bonds associated with it. So I think there's some changes that they're wanting to do to the agreement. I don't know the details because there's a lot of legal stuff.
Well, you
that's
just
involved.
throwed something else out at me that a red flag when you said that we're part owners of the system.
Well, part owners meaning the city invested by paying bonds toward the construction and delivery of those the water.
And do we have any ongoing debt from those bonds?
Yes, we do.
We do?
Yes, sir. Yes, we're paying that on a monthly charge.
Is that part of our I&O? Susie on? Is
Miss
that
Susie,
part-
can you hear?
Is that part of our interest in our recent?
Yeah, Susie can clarify this answer for you.
Susie, you're there? Well, if she has, I don't want to hold it, but just, you see, and I've said this to council and retreat, this city, in my opinion, has never had any long-term planning. I ask questions and no one knows these things. And it's frustrating for me because I like League City, I'm just at awe of their 5-year plan. Right, I can go to their site, I look at it, and or the city of Manville and their financial plan and their drainage plan and others. And this annoys me. This sort of, here's a new, and we're going to go ahead and authorize this without any idea of our water usage, a comprehensive report on water usage by the city of Lamarque over the past 5 years, for example, at a minimum.
So, sir, we have gone through that analysis and what was presented to council at the previous budget work session. It shows our consumption and the losses and what our allocations were.
With this council?
With this council.
That happened?
I'm not sure if you were involved, sir, but it was at the last year budget session.
Oh, we see it.
2020?
Yeah.
So,
2020.
Yeah.
the 2020.
Well, I'll pull it up because see, that's what frustrates me. And then when I hear this comment, by the way, and you're convenient, right? This is not anything personal, as they say, but you're convenient. I hear, and I was in a meeting with Chase and the HO President Ginger because of a water bill issue, and these new meters, and your comment about the more precision with the new meters from 2.7 million, which is what we're purchasing, and now it's 1 million gallons over in terms of water. Dang, that's just that, for me, it's amazing in my world to see that significant, something, that you've got, the technology has changed so much.
Yes.
And,
The technology has changed a lot.
Yeah.
And that's why the city.
But you see,
adopted-
so that, I agree, so fine. Having said that, but why come and penalize me as a water user from 1 year to another to say, oh, by the way, you've been paying, I'm just using this as a figure, you've been paying 10 cents a gallon for your water, and now God is great, the engineers are great, and now we have a new technology, and so now, as a result of this new technology, you're going to be paying 15 cents more a gallon. That I don't like.
Sir, what I'm implying is that the GCAWA installed new meters that are more, that's their meter, not ours. That they've provided, installed new meters to capture or to study, capture water loss or water, the actual water usage versus the old meters where it's I guess the tolerance is not as significant. The accuracy is not as significant. They installed those meters, the city did not. They're using those readings as accuracy as a way to determine the charges for each city. And this is throughout, they're not picking on any one customer. It's like if you're selling water to a consumer, that you want to know exactly how much that water is. If you're buying water from the city, you want to know exactly. how
No,
much that
and I
water is.
understand
that's
it.
what
I stand corrected. I was assuming the meters you were referring to were the same that the quote new meters that were being
No, sir.
installed. Those are
No.
two different
These
meters
are the
providers.
two meters
There
that
was a
were
similar discussion, by the way, in the meeting with Chase that we had on the Lamarck meters, which is something I hope we come back with council on,
And
by
one
the
thing you
way.
have to realize is those smart meters are what that was installed is what we use to determine the accuracy of which our water losses.
And the water loss, that was my last point. I recall that conversation via the media where we had this, well, as you just mentioned, 45% loss
Yes, sir.
in our underground pipes, basically,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And has anything been done to improve that?
Well,
Or we still have that?
we
Loss history.
submitted, I think Chase in the last couple of years has submitted projects to eliminate some of these or repair or eliminate some of these lines through their CIP request. I'm not sure if any of those been.
No, they've never been approved.
So-
By the way, it's just along those lines, Chase, this is just part and separate. During the TML conference, a grant watch, we chatted for a while, and they said that Lamarck was approved for 2 other grants that they believed that they had not even told you about or something. And I said, well, please
Okay.
get us that information
Sure.
on that
Sure, and to
side.
clarify, this is just to go into an agreement with,
Right.
Thomas Picado to try to, because this contract's going to be for the next 50 years. We want to make sure this is right.
Well, I
So, I mean, we're
understand
not-
that. And what I'm saying is that in terms of planning,
Sure,
you're
sure.
looking at resources. Water is a commodity.
Oh, yeah.
If ultimately your provider is not providing you a water at an acceptable rate, in my world, we don't say, fine, Mr. Osteen, we're just going to raise your bill some more, right? If there are alternatives out there and water sources, I think we have a responsibility to look at the options that are out there. And that's long-term planning in my world.
Isn't
So
that in the
that's,
strategic plan? That's on the website.
there's no comprehensive plan. Strategic plan.
That's on the
That's all.
website. That's on the website.
Any other questions?
No. Let's go ahead.
Hearing none. Gus, you said earlier that as this firm has more cities and entities sign on, that the overall cost to those cities would decrease.
That's correct. Yes.
So the number that's in the packet, this number will decrease.
Yes, his bill, I mean, his rate that's in the packet is, he already has it. Lamarck would be the 3rd city. I believe there are another 2 or 3 that are signed.
So
up.
is this
it would be
number-
divided? Yes,
So this number will be divided?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
The only other question I have is there a way for us to ascertain an estimate of time? Because it says it says something to the effect that he can't guarantee how many hours it would take him to, it says legal fees and costs, and as a matter of fact, in the paragraph above, legal fees and costs are difficult to estimate. That could be 20 hours worth of work, that could be 50 hours worth of work.
Right, yes, so he has already reviewed the contracts for the city of Lamarck, and we have, then Chase and I have talked to him about that. There is a meeting, I believe there is a meeting scheduled with GCWA on the 15th of this month, but his bills will be sent monthly. And as an attorney, the city of Lamarck would have the right to at any time decide this is too expensive or we're not happy, and they could terminate. I can of course ask him for a better estimate. That is one of the first things we asked him when we first spoke, and he said, it's hard to say because I don't know how many people are going to be involved.
Fair enough.
So
what we can do as a council is we can approve this with a cap.
Yes.
And when if that cap is exceeded, then the city manager would come back with permission to get permission from the council to extend the cap.
And of course, we will, as this works its way through, we will keep the council updated with exactly what's going on.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Makes sense. Item 7B, discussion relating to recommendation regarding approving the advanced funding agreement with TxDOT and USAA for the construction of the deceleration lane along I-45 for the Amazon building. Gus.
Yes. Okay. So these are two agreements. As an initial matter, you will see in your packet that references to USAA, not Amazon. The landowner over there is a special purpose entity that is owned by USAA, who are leasing the land to Amazon. I do not know why they are doing it that way, but that is why when you see the agreement with the landowner / developer, that's why you see USAA and not Amazon. So for TxDOT is in the process, as I'm sure everybody is aware, doing substantial improvements and work along I-45. As part of that process, they're going to be rebuilding the feeder road, reconstructing it. Lamarck required that as part of Amazon's building, that they had to build a deceleration lane. But since it is, which this calls for them to do, they were going to pay Lamarck to do it. Unfortunately, TxDOT was then within a year or two going to tear it all up, and as part of their road construction. So TxDOT approached the city of Lamarck. TxDOT, for whatever reason, has their internal policies and procedures that they will not enter into an agreement with the developer. They would not do it. They required a local entity to do that. So that is why there are two agreements. The first agreement is an agreement between the city of Lamarck and the ALM Lamarck LLC, which is the entity owned by USAA, that requires that entity to pay Lamarck $38,172.15. That money will then be turned, that money in the second agreement with TxDOT will be turned over to TxDOT. TxDOT will then build in the construction of that deceleration line, build that into their project so that it won't be built, torn up, and then built again. It will just be built in accordance with the TxDOT project. As part of this negotiation, one thing that we were able to secure from TxDOT is a cap. We are paying $38,172.15. That is all TxDOT is going to ask us for, and that's all we're going to pay. That we were able to remove the contingency. TxDOT wanted a contingency. If it costs more, you're going to pay us more. We were able to remove that. So this agreement, what I would point out is we are not spending, I mean, the money for this to fund this deceleration lane is coming from USAA through the city to TechStop. It is not, the city will not be advancing funds. The city is receiving funds and then it must pay.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Right.
Any questions about this agreement? These agreements?
Why do you say USAA, Gus? I see this developer, ALM Lamarck LLC.
Yes, and then on page, well, let me see. It's on, it's in section, it's in the notices section.
Notices.
That's page 51.
Yes.
Here it is.
I think you.
This one?
That's how they set up all their Amazon stores.
Try to flip over the stuff. Right there.
It says care of
Oh,
USAA
care
Realty.
of.
And the reason I point that out is because just to make the council aware that, I mean,
So the-
everybody heard it was Amazon. Well, I wanted to make sure the
Right.
council was aware. that
So when we talk about this, what did they call it, lane? A
Deceleration.
deceleration lane is basically like another lane at the exit point, or what is that? What is that?
Decel lane is basically a right turn lane into the driveway. As part of the project, they had to submit a traffic impact analysis that shows the amount of traffic that's gonna make their turn. So most of their trucks are gonna come off of their delivery trucks, or is gonna use that exit off of the frontage road, and the decel lane is going to go from where into Hallam Road, where the transition to Hallam Road. That's where the decel lane is gonna be. And so that, because a lot of that traffic coming from the delivery trucks are gonna take that exit, that turn where they just completed Hallam extension. That's gonna be where the decel lane is gonna be.
There's two driveways there off that they've constructed.
Yes, sir.
So the Hallam is the larger one that
So-
they're just finishing up. And you're suggesting that they're going to be on the southbound lane of the feeder road, they're going to add one more lane
Yes.
that they're going to call their deceleration lane,
Decel lane is basically a right turn lane.
a
That's
right
really-
turn
yes,
lane.
sir.
How long will that be?
I don't have a copy of those plans. We didn't approve those plans because it's all TxDOT. But I believe it's about 300 feet, sir.
300 feet for 38,000. Is it concrete or asphalt?
It's concrete.
Concrete. Concrete for 300 feet. That's a good price.
311 foot.
And
For what road?
Amazon basically is paying for it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
they're
That-
giving
that
up
was
to
a,
38.
yeah,
Okay.
that was a requirement as part of the traffic impact analysis.
300
Their
feet.
little trucks are gonna
6,000.
basically make that right turn.
Yes, and Amazon's paying us before we pay Amazon.
Before we pay them.
Or before we pay TxDOT.
TxDOT. So we're just the pass through
Yes.
because TxDOT doesn't receive monies from.
Yeah, TxDOT was unwilling to enter into an agreement with the
Sure.
developer.
Any other questions?
No.
All right. Let's see, 7C, discussion relating to recommendation regarding approving an extension to the fire collective bargaining agreement. Gus, you're a popular fellow tonight, huh?
Yes, I am. So we, the mayor, Chase, Susie, Patty, and I met with with Captain Martinez and Captain Briggs. They were the negotiating team for the Lamarque firefighters union. We met with them in an open meeting 2 weeks ago, I believe. And came to an agreement on an extension of the terms of the current CBA. That the CBA will continue unmodified, except there is a 2% cost of living increase that will be applied across the board. That was already in the city manager's budget that's been approved. And that will allow the fire, that will allow city management to hire a fire chief, and we can start these negotiations earlier in the budget process next time. And so that's why we as a negotiating team are suggesting this route. Captain Martinez is here, so I won't speak for him, but I believe that the union is agreeable to this.
First time ever, council, our police and our fire negotiations were streamed live. So people were able to watch the negotiation via Channel 16, via YouTube. Something we've never done before in an effort to be as transparent as possible with taxpayer dollars. Mr. Martinez, you want to just come up with it? It'll just be 3 seconds. Just just let us know if your members have voted, and if so, what's the vote?
Sure. Jody Martinez, president of Local 3282, also a resident of Lamarck, 202 Splendor Arrow Drive. So these things are not only very important to the union table as a whole, but to me and how it affects my family personally as well, as far as not only our pay, but our response area, our response times, our equipment, our personnel. It's all very important. And this year was odd in the way that we set up our first negotiation meetings with the city for July 1st. And coincidentally, the same day that we saw a lot of people leave the city, as well as people in our own department. And it kind of set everybody back, didn't know really what to do, where to go from there. Many talks with Mr. Carey here, the mayor and Gus. We did come to some really good compromise agreement that we should wait, keep what we have in there, keep us whole, keep us going, keep the contract alive. And hopefully our hopes are the city's in a much better position to sit down and negotiate with us as we continue to grow and move forward, as the mayor says. We look forward to that too. We look to benefit from that as well. But in the meantime, we want to keep the good graces with city council, as we are very new to y'all and y'all are very new to us. And so without a lot of time and the contract expiring, yes, 3282 did vote unanimously to agree to an extension. And we are grateful that your consideration to agree that with us.
Good deal. Good deal. Hold on just a minute, Mr. Martinez, just in case. Does the council have any questions? No questions? All right. Item 7D, discussion relating to recommendation regarding adopting resolution number letter R-2021-0023, designating members of the city council as representative and official alternate to the General Assembly of the Houston Galveston Area Council for the year 2022. Now, last time we talked about grant funding, we were awarded $48.9 million to rehab, basically to rehab our sewer system. And we were excited about the opportunity to apply for more grant funding to address the issues of our water supply system. Since then, Harris County was awarded a significant amount of those dollars. And there will not be another round of grant funding for us to apply. Having said that, the Houston Galveston Area Council had monies that they had held back, they had kept back for distribution from previous rounds of funding. And they added to that, I believe, about a few $1 million from the monies that they dispersed to Harris County. If y'all remember, Harris County got no funding in the spring. And basically it came to a certain amount of money. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what that is. But those monies will be carved up and distributed to cities based on a lot of different determining factors. I'm giving you a short version of why this position is as important as it is in 2022. Because Lamarck has not been calculated for any of those, any of that funding at this point in time. Now, they were going to do a recalculation because of the additional resources to see if Lamarck would automatically qualify for some of those monies. But what they need is they need an active representative from the city of Lamarck to make these meetings, whether it be teleconference, Zoom, or what have you, to continue to advocate for the city of Lamarck as they go through this process. So there will be no more monies for us to apply for to receive grant funding. Now it's just going to be on a distribution basis. And so we need our advocate to be locked in as they go through this process. That's the short version of what I learned. And Melissa Washington, our GLO representative, strongly encouraged me to encourage whoever is named as our representative to be actively involved in the meetings and the listening sessions and so on and so forth. So having said that, and that was my point in all of this, whoever accepts this position, we need you to be very active moving forward in the Houston-Galveston Area Council. So we're not gonna name it right now because we're in the workshop portion. But when we get to the general meeting portion, whoever accepts this, remember, this is a serious year for Houston-Galveston Area Council, and we need to make sure that we're being diligent. Any other questions about that? Again, I gave you the short version, but I think we get the gist of what we're trying to say. Okay, item 7E, discussion relating to providing direction to the city manager to create a policy instructing all departments to respond to request tracker within 72 hours. This is our discussion on last month's meeting, where it sounded like our code enforcement department is responding in the appropriate fashion, but some of our other departments are falling behind. And so I am simply asking the council to consider to provide an official direction to the city manager to develop a policy whereby anytime there is an update in request tracker, that update be communicated to the citizens within 72 hours. And when I say the citizens, certainly on request tracker so that all citizens would be able to see, but in particular, the citizen that has turned in the complaint, they need to be notified within 72 hours of any changes on request tracker as well. We have to start holding ourselves accountable to some of these things. And so that's what that's about. 72 hours is, I think, a fair amount of days. I remember, Casey, you might remember this. I remember we directed Ms. Butler to respond to citizens. Was it within 48 hours? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact time, but I do remember us giving that direction.
Right. So this is along those lines. We need to make sure that we're responding. 72 hours is a good number, though. That's three business days to be able to update request tracker and call a person that's made the complaint to say, this is what we've done, or this is what we found. 7F, discussion relating to authorizing the interim city manager to send a formal request to the Economic Development Corporation for partial funding for the position of public relations specialist on the municipal side. You all remember back in our retreat, the Economic Development Council, Chairman Crowder and Director Getty, and Public Relations Specialist Martin, they offered the city $50,000 to go toward a public information officer for the municipal side because Colleen Martin is the public relations specialist for the Economic Development Corporation. That is her sole responsibility. And yet she has been working 90% of her time being the public information officer and public relations specialist for the municipal government. And so she is working outside of her lane. To resolve that, they pledged to fund a position up to about $50,000. And so in order for us to trigger this funding, we have to send them a formal request, and that's what this is about. Any questions about 7F?
No questions.
7G, discussion relating to the use of PEG funds to set up an in-house studio and a mobile production trailer for cities in partnerships with local school districts and nonprofits. Ms. Yancey.
Okay, that has to do with what we talked about at the retreat when we found out about the PIC funds and trying to use them in partnership with trying to have our own production house so that we can do our own videos and things of that nature and to highlight what we do well in Lamarck. So that's what that's for. And I believe there's about 100K in the PEG funds right now. But we should be able to do that with those funds. And then we'll have a direct impact with children, not an indirect impact.
Any questions for Ms. Yancey?
Couple questions. Are we gonna partnership with TCISD?
Right, yes,
Okay.
that's the goal, to partner with all of our school districts that we feed into, Hitchcock, TCISD, Santa Fe, and also our nonprofits in the area too that would like to partner with us. And basically, they'll be working on an in-house studio for our teens to come and do production houses, or young adults too, if there's any. But we'll have to develop the program, but we just need authority to go ahead and develop that program for those PEG funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
The trailer will be owned by us.
By us. Mhm.
Are we looking at a trailer or a permanent studio?
Both, like a studio in-house. I talked to Kyle a little bit about it. A studio in-house here, but also a mobile production trailer where you can produce at the football games, at Bayou Fest, at different areas around the city. So you can actually take it with you to do your production.
Okay.
And it may be something that that evolves over time. Like year one, we'll do the in-house studio. Year two, we'll work on the production trailer.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be a process.
I think it's great. I think it's great.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, I think it's great for those funds to start to be put to use for they have such limited scope. And I think the biggest questions I have just kind of revolve around staff time and the use of space and how that fits into our bigger plan. But I think we have to give the go ahead to start getting our feet in before we can really ask all those questions. So I'm excited about it. Yeah.
Kyle, what are we looking at as far as pricing?
Not 100% because as everything's changed technology wise, and now with the chip shortage, equipment shortage, and pricing. But I would speak with the city manager and discuss a place like maybe a section of the community room where we can make it dual purpose for an in-house studio to do recording videos. That's the mayor concept, or in-house staff, department heads. But this will give us the go ahead and start the discussions with the city manager to start formulating a plan, getting rough pricing of what we would need, and then finding the equipment.
So certainly it sounds like you're gonna come back to us with pricing.
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Good deal. Item 8, award of bids and contracts. We're getting close to the meeting, guys. That's good news. Discussion relating to awarding bid LM number 02-22 to Spec Oil Retail Fuels for fuel and oil in the amount of $10,000 in different costs. Is anybody, Amanda's not here, but this is Chase's wheelhouse. I'm sure he can help us.
Yeah, these are all the LM, the yearly bids that go out each year. yeah, this is something that is.
Pretty
it's a
standard.
necessi- Yeah, it's a standard. It's pretty standard and it's a necessity for us to, to operate in the department.
Any questions, guys?
No.
8B, discussion relating to awarding bid LM number 03-22 to Texas Materials Group for coal mix coal lay in the amount of $39,500. Any questions?
What is this used for?
Potholes. Coal mix.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
8C, discussion relating to awarding bid LM number 06-22 to Sprint Waste Services for sludge removal in the amount of $150,000. Any questions?
None.
I have a question. And that question, Chase, and maybe you know it, maybe you don't.
Yes, sir.
The recommendation for the award bid is $150,000. But when you look throughout this proposal, repeatedly, is it Sprint Waste, there it is they have placed their bid amount at $190,000.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that, Mayor. That's the only bid that we received on this item.
Yeah.
Sprint is really the only company that we have that bids on these.
Yeah.
So I can look into that.
Yeah, check into it because we've approved it for 150. That it on page 100, where their signature is, they're saying their total amount of bid is 190,000. Doesn't matter to me. We can approve it to 150 and we still can work around it, but it just looks,
yes, sir.
it's off. So could you look into that for us?
Yes, sir.
8D, discussion relating to awarding bid LM number 0722 to ACT Pipe and Supply for water and sewer supplies in the amount of $100,000. Any questions? There again, Chase, and again, I know you don't know a whole lot about it since you've been interim city manager. We are entertaining a bid of $100,000, but their total bid amount in their own writing says $259,623.35.
Sure, that's what we put out. That's what they came back with that prices, but we will just use up to 100.
Okay.
For the supplies that are necessary, that we need just to get through.
Okay.
The prices of everything are skyrocketing now.
Okay.
That's been an issue.
So regardless of what they bid, these bids won't exceed what we have allocated.
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
8E, discussion relating to approving the professional service agreement for fiscal year 2021-2022 with Precision Utility LLC for providing oversight and administration of the wastewater facilities Department 24 for compliance with TCEQ and to provide health and safety and welfare for the city of Lamar, in the amount of $150,000. Any questions?
None.
Item 8F. Discussion relating to awarding bid LM number 08-22 to American Janitorial Services Incorporated for janitorial services in the amount of $53,100. Any questions?
None.
I have a question. Is that for the whole year? Or just?
Whole year.
That's a local company here? Yeah. We just need them to be better.
Yeah, it was our only project.
Okay. Okay.
The Clean Tech one is a franchise? Clean Tech, it's a franchise, I think, right? No. Okay. They were the lowest bid. I'm just wondering, we defer to historically underutilized business, right? Is that the theory here?
We tried just to make sure
We tried, but we had one of them, only one of those were a hub, and that's the one we asked for.
Okay, sorry, that's, all right, very good, thank you.
And so that was my question. So the
We're not.
okay, and that's why the recommendation is them over Clean Tech. Makes sense.
Well, and really, if you look, I didn't include them in the pack, in this draft packet, but they were in more detail of what they would do every week.
Okay.
So what they just descriptive, all right.
Because I know we had some issues with the last one. So.
Okay, gang. That's a lot. Let's go home. We wish, right? We're closing our workshop. Okay. We're gonna close our workshop at 8:47, and we will open our regularly scheduled meeting. And I believe we can pick up with the consent agenda. Unless somebody objects to that.
No.
Item 6A, consent agenda. Discussion, possible action on the following items. City Council reserves the right to pull any item under the consent agenda for further discussion. Item 6A, regular meeting of minutes from July 12, 2021. 6B, workshop minutes from July 12, 2021. 6C, special meeting of minutes, meeting minutes from July 23rd, 2021. 6D, special meeting minutes of August 16th, 2021. 6E, special meeting minutes of August 23rd, 2021. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes 4-0. Mayor Pro Tem was unable to vote on this one. It's just a consent agenda, Joe. Item 7A. Discussion, possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0018, amending section 8.8 of the city code to allow for the keeping of hens, making various findings and providing for an effective date. This is the first reading. Gus, do you want to read for us the changes?
Sure, and I believe Kyle's in the process of printing them. Oh, no. All right, so yes. So the changes. So beginning with the first whereas, we added feet, or I added feet. Then going to section 8.8A, the definition of a coop, I changed, it now reads an enclosure having 4 sides, at least 4 feet in height. That's down from 6 feet. The same for the chicken run.
That one copy?
Yes. The same for the chicken run. The fence shall now be at least 4 feet in height. I also added a sentence at the end of it that says, for purposes of calculating a chicken run square footage, a person may include the area within the coop if the coop is connected to the chicken run. Going to 8.8B, it shall be unlawful for any person to keep, harbor, or maintain hens within 25 feet of any occupied building or residence, but excluding the owner's occupied building or business. And I apologize, I should say occupied building or business. The number of hens shall be limited to a maximum of 25 feet per lot. Of course, that will, it still encompasses the prior restriction. Moving to 8.8E, I removed the word metal. It now just reads non-permeable storage bins. Permit requirements, there shall be a fee of $30 for an initial permit under this section. Annual renewal of fees under this section shall be $15. Permits, I apologize. Annual renewals of permits under this. Okay. Now, 8.8G, it now reads upon the third conviction within 2 years of a person of a violation of this section, such person may have its permit to keep hens under this section revoked by the supervisor of code compliance. New sentence, a person whose permit is revoked under this section shall be ineligible for a permit for 5 years after the third conviction of a violation of this section. Addressing the Mayor Pro Tem's comment on HOAs, I added a section 5. Nothing in this ordinance or the application of it will affect any applicable deed restrictions or rules of homeowners associations. Added section 6. The purpose of passing this ordinance is to control noise, safety, sanitary, and odor conditions. And then section 7, instead of being effective immediately, this ordinance shall be effective 180 days from the council's adoption of this ordinance, a public hearing in accordance with section 2.19, etc. So the effective date is now 180 days. Kathleen's department can work with people in getting permits during that interim. That's it. I changed the approved as to form from my name to my name from Roberts.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second,
I second.
any discussion?
Only discussion I have is is this the first reading?
First reading.
Because I know last month we talked about it for the first reading, or is it because September 24th was
Oh,
our
no,
first.
it was just a
Yeah, that was our
discussion.
first reading, but are we doing it as a first reading because of all the changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and yes, and y'all, and the last time y'all chose to have a workshop to discuss the changes so that we could.
Okay, because I know I heard some citizens commenting about that during the.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
want to make sure and clarify. That's why we're having it as a first reading again.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions?
And this is just, I'll just point it out. I don't think we have to maybe it's just me for clarity. We talk about that last section. What is it under enforcement? G2. A person who violates this section shall, for each violation or non-compliance, be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor. And upon shall be provided in section 1.3. What define misdemeanor? Don't we have?
Sure, so that it's going to be a class C.
Class C.
1.7 deals with class C and fines pay up to
That's
$500.
that one, okay, just to be clear.
Yes.
We're not sending anybody away.
No, no.
Gus, where in this ordinance is the idea that once their permit is revoked, it's incumbent upon them to remove the chickens. And every day that they don't remove the chickens is another violation and a $500 fine. Is that here?
Yes, so 8.2G deals with the revocation of that permit by the supervisor of code compliance. And then once that permit is revoked, they would be in violation of 8.8F, which requires a permit for the keeping of hens.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Any other questions? Whew. Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7B, I think we've resolved. We're gonna try to make sure that We're keeping all of the month's business within the month. And continue to be thorough, to my friend Joe's point. I think we can do both. Item 8A, discussion possible action regarding hiring Thomas Brocato with Lloyd, is it Gosling? Lloyd Gosling.
Yes, and he also represents the city currently on rate disputes.
Okay, to negotiate the new Gulf Coast Water Authority contract for Lamarque. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8B, discussion possible action regarding approving the advanced funding agreement with TxDOT and USAA for the construction of the deceleration lane along I-45 for the Amazon building. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8C, discussion possible action regarding approving an extension to the fire collective bargaining agreement. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Again, let the record reflect, for the first time in our city's history, we have decided to stream live our police and fire negotiations in an effort to be as transparent as possible in our municipal business. So we are continuing our police negotiations, certainly as they come. And as we meet, those negotiations will be streamed live, Channel 16 and YouTube. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8D, discussion possible action regarding adopting resolution number letter R-2021-0023, designating members of the city council as representative and official alternate to the General Assembly of the Houston-Galveston Area Council for the year 2022. I'll entertain nominations from the council.
Well, so I want to say, as the person who's currently appointed to that position, you know, I don't think it's in the best interest of the city for me to hold that position again. If it's going to be something that requires a lot of attention to detail, going to a lot of meetings, I simply do not have the bandwidth for that right now. I know that with my work schedule and my, I wouldn't want to feel like we missed out on an opportunity because I couldn't attend a meeting. So I know that both Kim and Joe have experience with HGAC and interest in working with HGAC. They have both been very, very vocal proponents of us working more with HGAC as a community and questioning why we weren't doing more of it. So I think both of them are great candidates for being, the first and the alternate. And I would just want to hear how they feel about it.
Sure.
I'll second her nomination.
Don't all rush at once.
I'm willing to provide.
You've been the alternate previous, right?
I think so.
Okay.
So I can serve as his alternate.
Okay.
If you want to step up to it. Now you got to go, because those are some
Oh,
big
I'm
meetings.
already going to those meetings.
You wanna,
I'm gonna sneak in with him sometime.
Michael or Casey, one of y'all wanna make the nominations?
Sure, I'll make the formal nomination. I nominate Joe Compion as our, what is the sitting position? Is it just?
HGAC representative.
I nominate Joe Compion as our HGAC representative and Ms. Kimberly Yancey as our alternate.
I'll second it.
Any other nominations from the council? Hearing none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are at 8E. Discussion and provide direction to the interim city manager to create a policy instructing all departments to respond to the request tracker within 72 hours. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8F, discussion possible action authorizing the interim city manager to send a formal request to the Economic Development Corporation for a partial funding for the position of the public relations specialist. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8G, discussion possible action regarding the use of the PEG funds to set up an in-house studio and a mobile production trailer for cities in partnership with the local school districts and nonprofits. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9, award of bids and contracts. 9A, discussion possible action regarding awarding bid LM number 02-22 to Spec Oil Retail Fuels for fuel and oil in the amount of $10,000 in differential costs. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 9B, discussion possible action regarding awarding bid LM number 03-22 to Texas Materials Group for coal mix coal lay in amount of $39,500. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9C, discussion possible action regarding awarding bid LM number 06-22 to Sprint Waste Services for sludge removal in the amount of $150,000. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion?
No.
No.
Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9D, discussion possible action regarding awarding bid LM number 07-22 to ACT Pipe and Supply for water and sewer supplies in the amount of $100,000. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9E, discussion possible action to approve a professional services agreement for fiscal year 2021-2022 with Precision Utility LLC for providing oversight and administration of the water and wastewater facilities, Department 24, for compliance with TCEQ and to provide for health, safety, and welfare of the city of Lamarck in the amount of $150,000. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9F, discussion possible action regarding awarding bid LM number 08-22 to American Janitorial Services, Inc. for janitorial services in the amount of $53,100. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10A, appointments. Does any one of us have any appointments tonight?
I have, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Casey.
I don't have any appointments, but I did want to say it still reflects that Coach Walker hasn't been reappointed. And I know that's just that the thing's not caught up, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear. He was
Good.
appointed 2 months ago. Okay.
I would like to appoint Bridget Johnson to the Keep Lamarck Beautiful and Eli Johnson to the Cemetery Board.
I did reach out. I got your text and I called both of them and told them, and there's the applications waiting.
Okay.
That's one.
Okay.
Bridget Johnson to,
Keep Lamarck Beautiful and Eli Johnson to the Cemetery Board.
okay.
Mhm.
What's their address, Kim?
Delaney Cove. I'm sorry, but they live in Delaney Cove.
Just get it to them later.
Okay, okay.
Any other nominations? Okay, well, we'll need to second Kim's nominations. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 11, executive session, the city of Lamarck. I'm sorry, the city council of the city of Lamarck, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during the course of this meeting to discuss any matters listed above as authorized The Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, and 551.086, economic development. We have two items that we will retreat into executive session. And they are item one, section 551.074, personnel matters, a discussion of legal services and prosecutorial services. And item two, 551.071, consultation with attorney, provide for update on police negotiations. Robin,
9:07.
we are closing our regular meeting at 9:07, and we are retreating into executive session. Okay, 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 thank you.
Kyle, I didn't know you were over there. Please show up.
We shall return sooner rather than later, I hope.
I'm not going back there.
You're not going back?
Not for the legal services.
Oh, yeah, we'll call you back.
I shouldn't be back there for that.
Yeah.
Good call.
We are back in session at 10:05. Council, there are two items that we are to address out of executive session. The first item is number one, section 551.074, discussion of legal services and prosecutorial services. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and move that we accept the RFP from Mill Shirley LLP to provide our outside city attorney services, as well as continue with the actual prosecutorial services provided by that firm.
Very good. I'll entertain a second.
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item two was a consultation with our attorney on the police negotiations. And there is no action needed at this time. And so we'll move to item 13, requesting announcements from council. Casey.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Huge, huge, huge thanks to the staff. And October is my favorite month. I say it every year. It's got Halloween, which I love. It's got National Coming Out Day. So, and in fact, today I think is National Coming Out Day. So happy day to any of those who today is a special day for them. And just again, I'm tired. So mainly I'm just filled with gratitude for everyone who works so hard so that we can have these meetings and deliberate. The staff of the city really busts their hump to get things together for us. And I'm just really grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Michael?
A few things I want to say. As always, thank you for the staff and all the hard work that staff does. Some of it we don't see every day. Some of it we do see. But thank you very much. I know you guys are hardworking. Also, I learned a lot at the state conference, and it was a great learning experience. And everyone that came out tonight for the chicken ordinance, thank you very much. Everybody's opinion values, and hopefully we made an ordinance that is mutually acceptable to everybody. So thank you very much.
Is it my turn? Okay. October 5th, the National Night Out. Thank you so much for your participation and everyone that participated in that. It was a wonderful night, beautiful October night out, and just grateful for everyone that came out to Malin Salazar and Galveston Connect and Lamarque High School TCISD, and our consultant, Chief Argon. Thank you so much for your help in making sure that that was done for our community. It was a great community night. Looking forward to this Saturday at the Bayou Fest. Come on out to the Bayou Fest. I think it's one of our great festivals that we do here in the city. For those of you still with us tonight, get your tickets and come and bring your family, and let's have a good time enjoying our city and our neighboring cities that come out with us. And special thanks to Paige and Texas Lamarque Chamber for all of their help. And of course, Colleen and EDC that partners with that chamber. We did attend the TML conference, met a lot of good people, sat in a lot of good informative sessions as well. So I'm looking forward to those networks, and also looking forward to helping Joe with the HGAC and making sure that we use all the possible resources that we have available to us as a city. What I kept hearing as a new councilman, I kept hearing everyone say about the opportunities that cities have now that they didn't have previous years, and that and how people have worked together to try to, that this is the time to try to make a difference for our city, since we've been giving opportunities for grants and funding through our federal government, that we haven't seen those resources in a long time come to cities of our size. So my prayer is that we make good decisions with wisdom, with those new opportunities that are now being given to cities. And so I look forward to working with Kyle on the PEG funds. I'm glad we got that going. Thanks for your help with that. I've always said that I'm so excited about our city and the amazing opportunities that we have. You can look at Lamarck like it's dead, or you can believe that it's wide open. And I tend to believe that this is a land of possibilities. We have Amazon here, which, by the way, is hiring right now. I've posted some of those numbers. This council is diligently working to make things happen. So I want you to think about that. You have probably one of the most educated councils that we've ever had in the history of Lamarck, and that we're trying to bring all of our skill sets, all of our platforms to help you, the residents, to have a better city. With that being said, my team and I are working on a town hall forum for District A residents. We are in the midst of planning that with my team for November 10th is a tentative date, trying to have it in the commons of Lamarck High School, where we'll have a resource fair as well, and also hear from some of our residents from District A. So save the date for November 10th, 6:30 to 8:30, tentatively set at Lamarck High School. Thanks so much, Mayor. Look forward to our next meeting.
Thanks, Councilwoman Yancey. On my part, first of all, I have to thank our residents. You've been patient with all of us, and we, in the face of weather events, for us, especially us three here, it's a learning curve a bit. We've established some new relationships, and that's the name of the game in city government. It's relationships. So we did that at this recent Texas Municipal League conference. We learned a lot of things about opportunities that this city has. And I think we're going to be visiting on this, Mayor. There's an opioid settlement fund that the city of Lamarck has an opportunity to participate in to bring additional funding to the city. So bit by bit, we're seriously studying and understanding the challenges that this city, which is, it is perhaps infrastructure-wise an old city, but certainly in terms of the heart and the feeling and the love of the residents, it's all very new. And so with that mixture, we are a very strong city. And I thank all of you for your patience. And I thank all my fellow counselors for all the opportunity they've had to given to me to work with you guys and on these projects. Citizens, residents of Lamarck, those that are interested, we still need volunteers for our committees. Go online, fill out one of the committee forms, and find some time to volunteer. There are a variety of openings are available, and please look through those and submit your information so that we can follow up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Joe. You all heard me say before that the number one role of any government, in particular municipality, is to keep our citizens safe. That is the number one goal. If we can't keep our citizens safe, then we don't have a city. My leadership in this administration has been primarily focused on safe city. It has not left my mind from the time that we first began to talk about it. And so this month, October 25th at 1 p.m., in the Central Fire Station, which is the West Side Fire Station off of Main Street, we will have our Safe City meeting. We're bringing in as many different people from different areas of expertise, whether it be folks that are specialized in facility security, whether it be folks that are specialized in law enforcement, whether it be folks that specialize in behavioral sciences and the like. We're bringing all those folks in so that we can understand what it means for us to be a safe city. so that we can then take that information and build a plan for our community. That will happen October the 25th at 1 p.m. And I am pleased to have Chief Randall Argon to be the facilitator of this event. And so if you are a member of our community and you're concerned about the safety of our community, come out. If you're a member of our community and you have any questions or any information you'd like to offer, come out. This is your government at work. And again, we have been talking about this for the better part of an entire year. And so now we're getting into the part of this that will allow us to make definite bona fide plans so that we can begin to pursue those plans and achieve what I believe we can achieve, being one of the safest cities in this state. I want to be the safest city in this state. But certainly if we fall short, we would certainly be in the top 5. But we're going to continue working. We're going to have a plan and we're going to execute that plan, and we will be safer than we are now. And that will be measurable and it will be something that has been long sought after in this community. I'm excited about it. Again, I have no other issue than this issue. This issue will consume my term here on this council as mayor, and I'm glad about that. I'm excited about that being the opportunity that we have. Lastly, I just wanted to share with you, we were able to put together a chicken ordinance tonight after months of discussion. And I guarantee you that everybody that left this meeting room tonight, and even those that were watching via various platforms, none of us are happy. None of us are happy. All of us have things that we left on the table. But that's what government is, and that's what democracy is. That's what it means to live in a community, right? It's shared sacrifice. Nobody gets everything they want. You don't even get everything you want in your own home because you have a spouse, you have children, some of you have dogs, some of you have cats, and apparently some of us still have chickens, right? So nobody gets what they want by any stretch of the imagination. But we have to come together as a community to compromise. And unless we can learn the art of compromise, all of our negotiations and all of our discussions and all of our deliberations will be exactly like the one that we just ended. They'll be contentious, they'll be drawn out, and there'll be all sorts of obstacles and detours along the way. But in order for us to be the city that we all know that we can be, we have to learn how to compromise. That means nobody gets everything they want, but everybody gets something that will be able to move our city forward. And there are a lot of other issues that we're going to have to compromise on, friends. A lot of other issues that we're going to have to compromise on. So as we move forward in this community, let's move forward in the spirit of compromise, because that's what will make us great. That's what will make us prosper. We have to learn how to move forward together. And so I thank you all for listening. I thank you all for being a part of what we're doing tonight. And I'm glad to be here to serve you and to do the city's business. Gus and Chase, do y'all have anything y'all want to add?
I do not.
No, sir, Mayor.
Robin? Kyle? Kyle said, no, I want to go home. If there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is that second?
Second.
All in favor?